Yo, hey yo, what up? What up? Yeah, this is a free smoke session. Y'all see what it say? So let me put this link in the chat. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Y'all come in. Make sure I pin it. There it is. Cool. All right. Leave this. So what up, y'all? Y'all can hear me? Got a few videos I'm gonna share. So let me go ahead and get this cracking. Got a couple videos I'm gonna be playing. First one is the great Dr. Ben um telling y'all what to do. All right. Those of you born now, black people, those of you from bad fun, you're actually not having that thing. The Europeans say mask, they don't make a goddamn difference. There's so many religions, religions along the line. It's about time that we deal with each other straight up. It's time that the diving stops. If you say that you're African, why go? You know, if you got peace in the chat. And then so that's the vomit. But you don't think you can right now. And you're talking about the original religion and the original language. And Adam and Eve. And people are dying out here. People are fighting for their life, support, and security. Lord, you thinking about getting on your knees, begging the Lord to do something. Talk to the Lord if you want. Anyone of the Lord, make sure you got some for every Lord. You got a God. You want me to take the little story for little kids, Adam and Eve, and treat it as if they're two people rather than a moral story. And that's why it took on you. Because you got to go to Bethlehem. You got to go to Jerusalem. You got to go to Mecca. There's one time, the people in Mecca used to watch Jerusalem. It's only when the Arab realized the amount of money in this thing that he says, watch to the east, Mecca. What happens if I'm in China and I look to the east? I don't see Mecca. That's behind my back. You dummy. Talk to him, Dr. Ben. Talk to him. We got one more. Got a couple more videos I'm going to play. Y'all know I got to bring this one out. Y'all know I got to play this one. Hold on. Is my screen sharing?
My screen may not be sharing. Hold on. My screen may not be sharing. Hold up. Oh man, let me go. I gotta bring the video back up. Hold on. Ain't no big deal. There it is. Let me bring it back, cut this volume up. Hmm. That even though they may choose to be Eurocentric, we are going to make sure that in this lifetime we've given them an alternative. And even though they may choose to go back to the plantation, we're going to make sure that the gateway is open for them. And they even though they may choose to go back and be they may want to get right to their noses, bleach their skin, if you press and breathe their hands till it sticks to their very soul and goes down to their very we will be, you know, to teach. Hey, but all time, every year, real black, real brown, but always that. Bad audio again.
Wow. It don't look like it's breaking up over here. Well, my bad. It didn't look like it was breaking up on my side. So, damn. You know, I got I got one more video. It's not one of mine. This is a video I was watching on YouTube. It's kind of speaking on the logical fallacies of religion. Um, and I want to see because I posted the link in a couple of back chats with a bunch of Warner Brulites, Christians, and mythomaniacs. You stupid. But I want to see how many of those mythomaniacs actually hit the panel. Those cosplaying mythomaniacs, as I like to call them. I call them cosplaying egomaniacal mythomaniacs. I know that might be kind of mean, but that's what I call them. That's what I see them as. It was probably my internet. My internet be tripping sometimes. Let me get this last video. And I want any mythomaniac to join the panel. Any mythomaniac is welcome. But they got to do what the title says. I want them to prove that their God, whichever God it is the best for us, for our people. And why? Nothing more, nothing less. Do I go to my there it is. Yep, found it. Oh, this is pretty long. I don't think I want to show this. 38 minutes. I ain't gonna show all this. Nah. But yeah, if any of y'all was able to catch Garfield's show yesterday, um, if y'all noticed, if y'all noticed one thing that was consistent, and I didn't know he was gonna be referencing any other thing that happened that had to do with the Ottoman Empire. Why? Because it just wasn't expected. But when he started mentioning them, all I could do was sit back in the chat and actually be amazed. Because as I read through that in that paper, I think it was that paper, Voices of Race, that I read the other day. It mentioned the blockade of the Black Sea and the Indian Ocean. But me and Mr. Green and others had mentioned this a while ago. So when I actually start looking at this and I start wanting to um equate the religion into put these religion into the fray, as Garfield said, Africa was in the middle of two religions that was at war. Some Africans went Christian, some were Muslim, but they were in between two religious ideologies, Abrahamic ideologies specifically. Come on. Let's go, your purple glitter unicorn. That shit Skittles. Let's go. Let's come. Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe versus your purple glitter unicorn. And I got Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe from the Skeptic. That's not my original creation. But leaves be upon her, more him. But for real, let's get smoke. Morpheus, what up, bro? You know I want religitards. You can hit the panel though. What up, G? I want the religitards. Yeah, this is session. I want them to prove they God can do anything for us. The Islamic one, the Abrahamic one, the one they gonna make up on the fly. Yeah, this is a smoke session. Yeah, I posted it in the back chat full of religitards. The ones that be cursing me out, calling me all out my name and all that. Won't none of them hit the link though. I'm typing in the back chat right now. Bring the static. Yeah, they freestyle God. Yeah, they freestyle God. Yep, the one they gonna make up on the fly. Gonna have all the attributes. Yeah, I'm tired of playing these games with these dudes, yo. They don't have any information. All they do is yell, scream, talk shit, make up shit on the fly, and then tell us we wrong for not believing. Then give us a reason to believe for in 2025. Yeah, I'm calling them scared. I'm calling them scared in this back chat, y'all. I don't bluff. Y'all scared. Yeah, this is Real Debaters HQ. All these are started by JJ7000. He got Lions Den HQ, Real Debaters HQ, and No Trolls Allowed. And I'm finna put the same shit in Lions Den HQ. I don't bluff. Y'all scared. YHWH can't help y'all. And I'm talking shit. Because I know they not going to join. Yes, I'm going to talk my shit. Because they were talking all shit. Somebody left me a bunch of angry voice clips, y'all. Do y'all want to hear some of the angry voice clips? Because I haven't heard them. I can play some of the angry voice clips. Y'all want to hear some angry voice clips? Left by a religitard who makes up shit on the fly. Where was it? In Real Debaters? No, it was in No Trolls Allowed. No, it is in Real Debaters HQ. One sec. Hello? Hello? All right, let's see. Let me see.
I'm saying, my man, every idea that your English non-Hebrew mind can come up with for God is not what Yahweh is, brother. Yahweh is what the Israelites said the fuck he was. And the Israelites said he exists. He is the existence, my brother. He is Yahweh, Yakai. He lives. He is the existence.
Can y'all hear it?
That's what that means, brother.
And that's what it is. Whether you like it or fucking not. I hate life, nigga. I hate the existence. Because that's what the fuck Yahweh is. So when you say you hate Yahweh, you say you hate your own motherfucking life, you dumb fuck.
Did y'all hear it? Yo, did y'all hear it? Yo, that's one. Here go two.
Life, everything about motherfucking life. And that's why I get in your ass, because you sound like you hate life, nigga. You sound like you only love motherfuckers that's kissing your motherfucking ass. This motherfucker echo chambering with you. And that's some fag ass shit. That's why I call you a fag ass nigga.
That's number two. There go number two. Here go number three.
The fuck you talk about Yahweh and conflate Yahweh to God? Trust me, that's erroneous, and that shit means nothing to me. And I'm letting you know that from this point on. So if you're trying to trigger me, I'm just letting you know that that shit not going to work. And that's why I'm letting you know now. So if you think that that's going to trigger me, I'm just going to look at you like a motherfucker.
We are hearing these together.
From this point on.
Here go number four. We are hearing these together, y'all. Here go number four. This cosplaying egomaniacal mythomaniac named Terry Whitfield.
It's just imperative, nigga, that I inform you that Yahweh, Yod Hey Wow Hey, bitch, I speak Hebrew. I hit the calendar out of here. I speak Arabic. I mutabrit Ibri. I speak Hebrew, you dumb bitch. I do it well. Been doing this shit over 30 years, nigga. For real. Yahweh from the Hayah verb means to exist. You're dealing with
Good shit.
dumbass nigga.
Good shit.
Hate life, nigga. Hate life. Go. If you want to just quit bothering me with your hatred for life, and just go blow your whole motherfucking brains out.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You blind, you got tunnel vision, and you motherfucking stupid. Everybody see the motherfucking hatred. And everybody see the hatred in you in life.
Let's go.
Life.
Let's go.
Everybody see it.
I trigger these niggas.
Ain't no love in you, bitch.
I'm the trigger.
Ain't nothing good in you.
I am the trigger.
Talk about what's good or how our God can help. Bitch, how can you help? How you can help?
Let's go.
Spread more love to black people. If you can't do that, bitch, eat shit.
Shit. Shit. Yo, we are hearing all these shit right now together. I promise you. I'm going to tell y'all, this is what I was telling him when he was texting this. The last thing I told him before he started sending these messages, and I can show y'all this. I can show y'all. It was salami and cheese to you too, because he said shalom. He said, you and every God hater must ignore what Yahweh mean in their tongue, not yours. When you do that, you're not just hating Yahweh. You hate your own sick, demented, mental, fucked up, erroneously wrong construct. Shalom. All right? So I told that nigga salami and cheese to you too. Then he sent the first four. After the first four, I told him, LOL. Wow, you really triggered, huh? And then I told him I haven't heard one of those clips either, and put all smiley faces. He sent another one. I told him, triggered because you can't do what the title asks. Take your myth elsewhere, yo. You really think I'm listening to you, huh? I'm not, yo. This is comedy. I'm like, you're embarrassing yourself now. Stop talking to yourself, laughing my ass off. Here go the last one.
All I ever see your bitch ass doing is hating on black people. Nigga, I'm not about to waste no energy typing with your bitch ass. That's all you ever do. Nigga, there's a white motherfucker out here named Ryan. There's another white motherfucker out here named Vocab Alone. They believe in God. Why ain't you attacking them, bitch? Why you not? They believe in the God that you don't believe in. Why you not attacking a white man? Because you's a bitch ass nigga. And if I ever see you, nigga, I'm gonna slap the fuck out of you.
Let's go. Trigger these niggas. Let's go. Trigger these niggas. I am the trigger. Now, I posted the link in the back chat where he was talking all that shit. I bet you he won't hit the panel. I bet he won't hit the link. Talking all that shit. But it's yo, hey, Vod, hey, can't do shit. One thing that we do know, these niggas be angry like that punk ass myth. These niggas be angry just like Yahweh was. That nigga had to be calmed down by a human. The fuck? Moses had to calm his bitch ass down in the midst. What the hell wrong with these niggas? Grown ass men. You know what? I'm gonna show something. Give me a sec. Because this shit funny. Now, remember, me and Vyasa spoke on Mythomaniacs, right? Or Mythomania, right? But we really didn't go into it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into depth, like I did in the back chat with him, right? Because there's some things that Marley always says that goes along with Mythomania, right? And it's with these believers, and it's crazy, right? It's crazy. Hold on. Do I want to use this? Let me see. Let me find a good one. I think this the one this the one I used yesterday. This will work perfect. Yep. All right. I'm finna share my screen, y'all. Right? Because this is crazy. Now I'm waiting for anyone up, right? I'm waiting for any one of them to come prove me wrong. You know, this is a shout out. This is a call out for all the Yahwists, the Chris, the Christ believers, the remixers, all the Madons. This is all of them. I don't give a fuck. Go get them all. Because these mythomaniacs, they finna learn something today. Low self-esteem, nigga, seeking validation. Wait till I get there. Wait till this shit shows it, yo. You gonna be like, well, yo, this nigga Sabio different. Yo. Yo, if y'all learn something today, my Cash App, I'm gonna post it in the link. I'm gonna post it in the YouTube. If y'all learn something. I want the mythomaniacs to learn too. Mythomaniacs can learn too. All right, let me see. All right, what is mythomania? Hold up, let me scroll back up real quick. What is mythomania? Lying disorder, symptoms, causes, and treatment of mythomania. It's a lying disorder. Hold on. These niggas got a lying disorder? Hold up. Now let me scroll down some. Let me minimize this a little bit so I can use this correctly. Damn, this shit acting weird right now. What is mythomania? Mythomania is a psychological problem in which people feel the need to lie, often chronically and without any purpose or benefit. Lying behavior can start with a simple daily lie and become chronic over time and turn into mythomania. People with this disorder are called mythomaniacs. I hate that I got to do this like this. There has to be a better way for me to use that little bar over here. There are certain reasons why mythomaniacs are differentiated from people who exhibit daily lying behavior. Damn, this shit is acting weird. Hold on, man. You see, the bar ain't there for some reason. The little scroll bar is not on the side of the panel. So I can't scroll effectively. Hold on. Because that shit was tripping. Let me try this again. That shit was tripping bad. That shit was tripping bad, y'all. That was the Highwell app that I used yesterday. It gave me a nice breakdown of it. That's why I wanted to try to use it again. Let's see what Psych Central say about it. See if I can scroll. All right, maybe this works. Maybe this have a breakdown like they had. It do. It does. It's nah, it doesn't. It doesn't say what I'm looking for, does it? It doesn't mention low self-esteem like the other one does. That's why I want to use that one. It mentions low self-esteem. Actually, it actually says low self-esteem in it. So I think I'm gonna just try to figure out how to use the Highwell one. Yeah, that's crazy. It don't have the little scroll bar on the side. But if I downloaded it, how would it work? All right, I got it. I'll, I'll figure it out. But yeah, these niggas got a lying disorder. So can y'all see the screen? What the hell? What the hell? The hell just happened to the whole what? Somehow the shit just stopped sharing. The whole screen just shut down. Yo, that's crazy. All right. The whole screen just shut down. I don't know where that shit just went. All right. Well, it's obvious. Well, it's obvious, or it seems obvious, none of the mythomaniacs in the chat that be talking shit are going to defend their claim or prove that Yahweh is the right way for us. So I was going to try to take this time to give y'all a bit more information on mythomania. But y'all know the term. Y'all can go look for it. You know, y'all intelligent. Y'all don't need me to lead y'all to. Y'all don't need me to read all that. So, but yeah, I do want to at least show y'all the part where it says low self-esteem. All right, so maybe it says it on wiki. Oh, no, this says pathological lying. I am not looking for pathological lying. I'm looking for mythomania. They do have a definition of it on Wiki also. It says, all right, let me bring it up. Yeah, niggas are delusional. Yes, niggas are delusional, but it's beyond delusion. It goes a little further than delusion. And that's what's crazy. So, like it says right here, all right, the most important reason for this is that the lies told by people with mythomania, hold on, I want to make sure I'm reading that right, occur impulsively in all areas of life, and the lies told do not serve any purpose. Getting what you want, avoiding a negative situation, showing kindness, protecting someone else, etc. On the other hand, it is thought that mythomaniacs believe the lies they tell to a great extent themselves. One second. These people can continue their lying behavior without experiencing any serious problems in their daily lives. Wow. So everything you just heard from Terry Whitfield is an example of a complete mythomaniac. As a result, the rate of people applying to the clinic for psychological support is also low. For this reason, it can be said that research and observations on mythomania are insufficient. Although mythomania is not defined as a disorder, in the psychiatric literature, it can be seen as an important symptom of some psychiatric disorders, personality disorders, anxiety disorders, impulse control disorders, etc. Mythomania can cause serious problems in daily life and close relationships. It is an important problem that needs to be addressed separately when it is recognized. These niggas are mythomaniacs, yo. Look, although there is limited scientific literature on who may be more prone to mythomania and the causes of mythomania due to the lack of research on mythomania, various childhood experiences and low self-esteem may be considered to be effective in the development of mythomania. Huh? What do y'all see? First thing they pinpoint, low self-esteem and insecurity. When we look at the causes of mythomania, some common personality traits have been observed in individuals who lie pathologically. It has been observed that mythomaniacs are generally people with low self-esteem and intense insecurity. These two conditions are generally thought to be important factors in the development and continuation of mythomania. Childhood experiences. It is thought that certain experiences in a person's childhood history and situations that have a direct impact on their mental and physical health may be equally influential in the development of mythomania. Possible past experiences for people who develop lying disorders can be as follows: traumatic events experienced or witnessed as a child, sexual, physical, or emotional abuse, consistently witnessing their parent lie, role model learning, having a coexisting personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, impulse control disorders, intense need for appreciation, approval, and attention, and head trauma. Pathological lying behavior is a disorder that is often rooted in childhood experiences and usually begins to manifest itself in adolescence, often between 15 and 16 years of age. Left untreated, it can persist into adulthood. In addition to childhood experiences, there are current views that mythomania can develop as a result of a traumatic head injury and changes in the brain. What are the symptoms of mythomania? Mythomaniacs may exhibit the following symptoms, which are sometimes easily recognizable from the outside: lying even in everyday, ordinary matters without any interest, gaining sympathy, saving the situation, getting something, etc., telling detailed and carefully constructed, consistent lies, be more likely to lie in situations of high anxiety and stress, telling things differently, exaggerating and embellishing them without a reason, largely believing the lies told, not realizing that they are lying, creating new lies linked to the old lie in order to support the old lie. What the? Creating new lies linked to the old lie in order to support the old lie. How many of these religitards do that on a consistent basis? Dramatizing the events and their position in them, playing the role of a victim, exaggerating the event and their role in it, playing the role of the hero, not feeling guilt, regret, and tension after lying behavior, not showing any physical reactions such as blushing, sweating, etc. while lying, displaying resentful and hostile behavior when the lie is exposed, what we just witnessed from Terry, not regretting the lie even after it is revealed, not admitting that they are lying, continuing to believe what they say is true, and trying to convince others that it is true. Differences between lying and mythomania. While everyone says that lying is not a good thing to do, research shows that everyone tells white lies from time to time and is subject to them in the same way. This means that almost everyone tells 1 to 2 harmless white lies a day, which are not intended to hurt anyone or harm themselves or those around them. In mythomania, lying behavior is much more impulsive and frequent. Lying has become an important part of life for the person with mythomania. Unlike normal lying, the person lies continuously without any purpose or interest and mostly believes the lies they tell themselves. So, we just heard a perfect example of a mythomaniac who believes that Yod-Hey, Vod-Hey, because some desert dummies wrote it in a book, exist and created everything from magic. And he just went off, called me all types of names. Uh, Why? Because his myth, he believes the lies that he has told himself over 30 plus years. He speaks Arabic, he speaks Hebrew, because he wanted to learn how to lie. He taught himself the lie so well that he was willing to lie to try to teach other people. And when the person doesn't accept his lie, hostile behavior shows. Hey, it's not me saying it. It's not me saying it, Joe. I'm just going off of what the scholars say. The people who study this shit a little further than I do. Mythomania and personality disorders. Mythomania can occur alongside disorders such as anxiety disorders, depression, and impulse control disorders. Research shows that many psychopathological conditions are accompanied by mythomania. A predisposition to pathological lying behavior is particularly common in antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, and psychosis. Antisocial personality disorder. When we look at antisocial personality disorder, we observe that people generally do not obey social rules and engage in criminal and violent behavior. This greatly increases the susceptibility to lying behavior. Narcissistic personality disorder. The general grandiosity and self righteousness in people with narcissistic personality disorder may increase the likelihood of distorting events, magnifying one's own role, and creating stories that did not happen, and strengthen the possibility of mythomania. Damn. Borderline personality disorder. In borderline personality disorder, which is one of the cluster B personality disorders, it is thought that with an intense fear of abandonment, the person may exhibit chronic lying behavior in manipulative ways in order to control the other person. Bipolar disorder, like most risky and impulsive behaviors, excessive mobility, uncontrolled spending, life-threatening, risky behaviors, etc., that increase during the mania period of bipolar disorder, which is one of the chronic mental health problems. It is noticeable that the predisposition to lying behavior increases significantly. Psychosis and schizophrenia. In psychosis and schizophrenia, reality and fiction are mixed together. In this respect, patients in this group can unconditionally believe in what they say and portray a mythomanic picture in the same way. Damn. What happens if lying disorder is not treated? Lying behavior can start with a simple everyday lie and continue under the influence of environmental and individual factors, turning into a lying disorder. People who are noticed to lie continuously may be ostracized and isolated from society. In addition, the fact that lying behavior becomes continuous in all areas of life, that lying gives birth to lying, and that the person himself believes the lies he tells can cause him to be unable to distinguish between reality and fiction day by day. Some of these niggas need to go see a psych. ASAP. Some of these niggas need to go get mental help. Believing what you think and say regardless of whether it's real and irrational or not, and trying to make the people around you believe it portrays a schizophrenic picture in psychology. It is known that mythomania, which initially emerges with the desire to achieve something, to attract attention, or to turn a situation in one's favor, can become chronic and seriously damage one's perception of reality if left untreated. So, the people we've mentioned, their mythomania has gone untreated. Lant, Madon, Wale, Terry, Gideon, Now Valley Hebrew, and the list goes on and on and on. Got a bunch of mythomaniacs. And this is the seriousness of the situation. Therefore, it is very important to get support for pathological lying behavior as early as possible in order to protect oneself and one's relatives from situations that may negatively affect their quality of life and mental health. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing this. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing that. But it's crazy because the link is pinned and we heard him snap it. We heard that he was triggered. But I guess no one wants to do anything. I guess they just want to bluff. I guess they just want to type at me angrily and send voice clips calling me stupid. Oh, but I guess that's what they was going to do on this panel, right? If they joined, right? They wasn't going to present any evidence, right? They wasn't going to prove me wrong with anything, were they? I mean, what were they going to do? Show me how the churches help certain black communities at certain time? As if I'm not aware of that shit? Nah, don't do that. Don't patronize me with history. But yeah, it's crazy. Because when you study the things that I study, y'all, you start seeing how the word that I created, theopsychosocial, or theopsychopolitical, polio, so, poliosocial, theopsychopolitical social, how all four of those join together to create this thing we call race and racism, even though there was antecedent, but you start seeing the formation of these things when these empires are, one empire is losing power and another people is separating themselves from the rest. And it's in the English, in the Muslim literature, the Cave of Treasures. And I think I read something on the Cave of Treasures a while ago. But yeah, so when you go from these, when they're building from these ideals, you have to see how they have to do what? Separate themselves from the dark-skinned Africans because they have what? The Arab or brown. Some of them can be considered black if you want to play the game. Because you got some of the very dark Arabs. I've seen some of them. So again, they had to do what? And the way they did it was they used different ideals. They co-opted these ideals and they forced them onto a continent that had nothing to do with their belief system. I'm not talking about Ethiopia, where it was already forced into and that little area up in Egypt with the Coptics. I'm not talking about those. Nah. So they won't be able to play with me with that. Ethiopia, nah. You see, that's why they don't want to have these conversations with you. You see? Um, Another thing I did a couple weeks ago, and the chat has really been on silent since I posted Theodosius in 380. There hasn't been a lot of static since I posted Theodosius and how he made Christianity the religion of Rome and shit like that, and how these niggas is really following Theodosius and like, but yeah, they don't want no smoke. They scared of me. Can y'all hear me? Am I live still? Shit, cause I don't even know. I don't see nothing going in the chat. Y'all usually active in the chat. I don't know why y'all not active. That's why I'm kind of unsure. But yeah, man, you know, as I figured, and I'm finna tell them right now. I knew y'all wasn't gonna hit the chat. I knew y'all was scared. Yahweh not real. Yeah, I'm finna talk all shit. Yeah, I'm finna talk all shit. I guess Yahweh abandoned you niggas. Yeah, I'm finna talk all shit. In crunch time, huh? Yeah, I'm talking all shit. Fuck these niggas. You heard him? He said I don't go after white boys. Yes, I do. Shit, I challenge the white boys too. Don't I? Don't no mythomaniacs get no pass. Shit. It ain't the white boys in the back chat talking shit. Put Ryan apologetics in the back chat. Ryan apologetics can get the smoke too. Shit. He can get all the smoke. I don't give a fuck about Ryan apologetic and his myth creating ass. See how these dudes do? Try to create new Try to create new arguments and shit. Why you ain't going at the white boy? Should I do? But yeah, man, this shit crazy. Yeah, I just told him straight out. Y'all scared. I guess Yahweh didn't show up. Yeah, I put something different in each chat. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, I'm talking all shit. I want them to prove me wrong. But you know, they not. So before I get out of here, I want to show y'all what I've been reading. Um, these are two papers that I just downloaded today. Oh no, the other day actually. I've had them for a minute. Um, I just haven't had the chance to present them. All right. So let me bring this other one up too. Um, All right, they're pretty short. All right, each one of them. But they're basically saying the same thing that a lot of other scholars have been saying. All right, now this is from Cord J. Whitaker. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Give me a sec. And this is a review, but they read his book and they did a review on it. And this is what they say. All right. And I think I presented a paper by Cord J. Whitaker on this concept that he's that that they're that they did the review on. Black metaphors, how modern racism emerged from medieval race thinking. Cord J. Whitaker's first monograph, Black Metaphors. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Cord J. Whitaker's first monograph, Black Metaphors, features a rhetorical and theological analysis of race thinking. He does this by applying a rhetoric shimmer using metaphor, writing from the intersections of English literary studies and pre-modern race scholars. This is a foundational text in an emerging field that presents novel ways of reading medieval texts for complexity surrounding race. Whitaker achieves two important goals. The first is a new framework that sustains the ambiguities of race where the binaries of black and white are not mapped to distinctive traits or prejudicial associations, but rather show an ever-changing and nonlinear relationship of unity and contrariety. The second is its demonstration of critical race analysis in medieval texts that are not ostensibly associated with race or color, but by applying the concept of mirage as a metaphor in language. In these 2 points, his monograph is a welcome addition to the field of pre-modern race theory. One of the most important ideas that Whitaker brings to the forefront is the interplay between blackness and whiteness that exists not as a dichotomy of sin and virtue, but rather as two concepts that function as metaphor, symbolizing the inherent wideness of textual meaning. The clear articulation of this idea, success, successfully supported by Whitaker, offers pre-modern race scholars a new way of engaging with texts that are not fundamentally based on structural and legal race associated with post-modern scholarship. The lack of a direct, linear, and cogent model of colorism in the pre-modern world has been the field of detractors of pre-modern critical race theory. Therefore, Whitaker's monograph is particularly welcome in creating a vocabulary for the necessary ambiguities. All right, so what they're saying he did was he showed through the literature how this concept of blackness and whiteness was shaped and how it kept changing based on areas, new literature, and the acceptance of other people into this thing called whiteness. So as other people became quote unquote white, whiteness broadened itself, and blackness did too. But it kept changing until, and the meaning kept changing. So as whiteness became hey, am I back? Yo, am I back? Can y'all hear me? Am I back? I lost connection for a second. Am I back? Am I still going? Do I have to restart? Hey, yo, can y'all hear me in the chat? All right. All right, cool. My internet kicked off. I should be bugging. So each chapter plot is my screen sharing? All right, let me reshare my screen because my screen ain't sharing. All right, there it go. Each chapter applies the main idea of black metaphors to medieval texts through mirage and the rhetorical shimmer. These comprise texts that are traditionally associated with pre-modern critical studies, such as The King of Tars, Mandeville's Travels, and The Song of Songs. Also interspersed are those texts that do not necessarily come to mind when discussing pre-modern race, such as Chaucer's The Miller's Tale, works by Julian of Norwich, and the pseudo-Ciceronian Rhetorica ad Hieronymus. Among discussion too are modern critical race texts such as Toni Morrison and W.E.B. Du Bois, as well as examples from the languages of race in contemporary reporting and political discourse. The first chapter discusses the medieval English text, The King of Tars, which functions as a place where qualities such as black and white are delineated but also unsettled. While a Muslim sultan is washed white by taking the name of a Christian priest, his violence against his ex-co-religionists demonstrates the permeability of color binaries and their superficial value judgment. This reading of The King of Tars is innovative in its embrace of ambiguities within the text and their corresponding meanings. The second chapter returns to you stupid, L. The second chapter returns to the basics of medieval rhetoric and grammar, where the central ideas of contrariety are developed. The explication of classical and medieval rhetorical texts on the concept of blackness and whiteness displaces the linearity of race thinking to leave room for subtleties in the distortions of symbolism and pluralistic meaning presented through contrariety, unity, and irony. A temporal framework takes shape by the end of this chapter, presented as part of the shimmering rhetorical image mirage that ranges from Aristotle's black and white theories to the shift to practicality in the Middle Ages. Chapter 3 functions similarly to the first chapter, in which a text, in this case Chaucer's The Miller's Tale, is examined in depth to demonstrate the interplay between black and white, sin and virtue. Am I glitching, or is it just the way that I'm? Because I don't know. I can't hear myself. Do I need to put my headphones on to listen? That's what I'll do. Plug my headphones up. That way I'll know better. All right. So now I can hear the glitches and shit. You stupid. The Miller's Tale is examined in depth to demonstrate the interplay between black and white, sin and virtue. Paired with the theoretical framework established in chapter 2, this chapter demonstrates the value of Whitaker's study of metaphor and issues of the spirituality of Christian idea of just desserts to demonstrate the interplay between blackness and whiteness in the character of Ali Soon. In a text not generally associated with race, Whitaker strips away the veil of the invisibility of whiteness. Oh, all right, to demonstrate the ideologies of race underlying the rhetorical shimmer. Chapter 4 considers three different texts in a similar context, but also logically progresses closer to a Christianized and theological context in an examination of the three kings of Cologne, where blackness is paired with the fear and the heresy that came out of the black Nestorian Christians of the East. Chapter 5 is the climax that demonstrates the temporal lineages and symbolic ambiguities of metaphor through three works across a trajectory towards modern race ideas. This chapter functions as a clear demonstration of how the metaphorical and rhetorical concepts of chapters 1 through 4 can be put into a temporal relationship, starting with Julian of Norwich and moving towards G.W.F. Hegel and W.E.B. Du Bois. The hierarchical relationship of master and servant, racialized, theologized, and codified, becomes one where the black-white binary is entrenched as essentialized and hierarchical, different, especially in respect to identity creation. The denouement begins in chapter 6, where the concept of ethymeme is expounded in a more traditional critical race text, the Book of John Mandeville, whose popularity in the Middle Ages led to its use in the colonial agenda of the voyages of exploration. Whitaker uses this text to demonstrate the development of ethymemes and its relationship to the attributing of values and judgment. Oh shit, y'all couldn't hear me with the headphones in? Damn. So the headphones cut my mic off. Ain't that some shit? So I read all that and y'all couldn't hear it. It's about it. See, I heard myself loud and clear through the headphones. That shit crazy. Yeah, that shit crazy. Chapter 3 functions similarly to the first chapter, in which a text, in this case Chaucer's tale, the Miller's Tale, is examined in depth to demonstrate the interplay between black and white sin and virtue. Paired with theoretical framework established in chapter 2. One second. Hello? Hello. Yes, who is this? Those people need to leave me alone, whoever that is. Sin and black and white sin and virtue. Paired with theoretical framework established in chapter 2. This chapter demonstrates the value of Whitaker's study of metaphor and his use of the spirituality of Christian ideas of just desserts to demonstrate the interplay between blackness and whiteness in the character of Ali Soon. In a text not generally associated with race, Whitaker strips away the veil of the invisibility of whiteness to demonstrate the ideologies of race underlying the rhetorical shimmer. Chapter 4 considers three different texts in a similar context, but also logically progresses closer to a Christianized and theological context in an examination of the three kings of Cologne, where blackness is paired with the fear and heresy that came out of the black Nestorian Christians of the East. Chapter 5 is the climax that demonstrates the temporal lineages and symbolic ambiguities of metaphor through three works across a trajectory towards modern race ideas. This chapter functions as a clear demonstration of how the metaphorical and rhetorical concepts of chapters 1 through 4 can be put into a temporal relationship, starting with Julian of Norwich and moving towards G.W.F. Hegel and W.E.B. Du Bois. The hierarchical relationship of master and servant, racialized, theologized, and codified, becomes one where the black-white binary is entrenched as essentialized and hierarchical different, especially in respect to identity creation. The denouement begins in chapter 6, where the concept of ethymenes is expounded in a more traditional critical race text, the Book of John Mandeville, whose popularity in the Middle Ages led to its use in the colonial agenda of the voyages of exploration. Whitaker uses this text to demonstrate the development of ethymenes and its relationship to the attributing of values and judgments to different. Finally, the conclusion straddles the medieval and the early modern eras through a textual analysis of the infamous 1444 account written by Zurara, who documented the 235 West Africans enslaved and brought into Lisbon on the order of who? Henry the Navigator. Niggas better quit playing with Sabio. So remember, this is in 1444. What happened 9 years later? Y'all better keep up. 9 years later, what happened? The Ottoman Empire fell. This was in 1444. Remember, they was talking about 1440 yesterday on Garfield's show. The 1440s, when they was going on them islands off the west coast of Africa. Y'all remember that? Henry the Navigator and all them. I better. Sabio ain't been playing. That opened the Ottoman Empire, helped me further start looking at the concept of race because I saw something different with them. They identified the Jews as different from them. Why were they making Jews wear markers, pay a tax, Jews and Christians? Why were they making those pay taxes? What concepts were they using? So, and what concepts were the Christians using to identify themselves as different from these Muslims, from the Saracens? We have to look at the literature, y'all, and see how they forced us into their ideals, into what they were creating, and how they were applying it to people outside of themselves. Whitaker concludes with the necessity of applying pre-modern race theory to the Middle Ages in the politics of the 21st century. Such a conclusion draws the reader into the world of rhetorical shimmers through a vocabulary of strife and unity, which the book explores in the context of the medieval, that is still very much at play in modern political and literary discourse. Whitaker's work is thus not simply grounded in the theoretical world of grammar and metaphor, but is a foundational text for pre-modern race scholarship to build on and develop. And this comes from Angela Zhang, York University. That's what she said about his work. So it must be pretty damn good. All right. So this is the last one before I get up out of here, because ain't no mythomaniacs gonna join the panel. It's obvious. The mythomaniacs are afraid. They myth ain't gonna help them. So they're gonna stay in the back chat talking shit, like mythomaniacs do. Because that's what mythomaniacs do. They don't present any evidence. They're just gonna join the panel, yell and scream at me, and tell me I'm wrong because I don't believe. Nope. I accept evidence. All right. So this is Racism, the Classical Review. Eliot Felden, Benjamin Isaac, J. Ziegler, The Origins of Racism in the West. Pages 14, 333, Cambridge University Press, 2009. In 2005, Benjamin Isaac published a widely reviewed study of racism in antiquity, The first two chapters of the present volume are devoted to answering his critics and to recapitulating his basic argument. Despite his trenchant tone, Isaac's conclusions is curiously anodyne. I tend to say that it is not very significant whether we speak of proto-racism or racism in the classical world, as long as we recognize the phenomenon for what it is, a pattern of recurring efforts to ascribe to groups of human beings common characteristics on seemingly logical grounds and presumed scientific grounds from the late 5th century BC to late antiquity. There are two substantive claims lurking here. The first is that racist thought is not demonstrable before the late 5th century, and that the European version of it, more systematic and deadly than any other, is a direct outgrowth of its classical antecedent. I don't know if the first one is actually a claim or anything like that, but I think it might be hinted at. But that's a conversation to have if people want to have it. This first claim involves, as I argued in their review of the earlier volume, a misreading of both Aeschylus and Herodotus, while the second is bolstered by an assertion that is truly mind-boggling. It is generally accepted that Greek civilization was the first to raise abstract, systematic thought to a level that we now recognize as approaching our own. I could agree with that. I think that is pretty mind-boggling. Isaac's shadow looms over the ensuing chapters. H.A. Shapiro's contribution, The Invention of Persian Classical Ethics, for example, endorses Isaac's findings and asserts that the Persians of classical Athenian art are invented and that there is nothing in 5th century Greek attitudes towards Persia that can be termed even proto-racism. Accordingly, in a supreme instance of missing the forest for the trees, Shapiro classified the infamous Myrmidon Oiniko as a member of a group of vases that poke gentle fun at the humiliated Persian Empire in ways that anticipate the comic stereotyping of Aristophanes. Yet Shapiro's analysis of this example of sympathetic humor, for all its erudition, misses a crude simplicity that is full-blown racism. The message of the vase, depicting a naked Greek holding his stiff paws as he advances towards a terrified Persian conveniently bent over, is, as a recent blogger put it succinctly, we can bugger the Persians because they are softies and begging for it. Yo, that's kind of sus. Yo, that whole sentence was weird. That's a Paul Vaz sentence. D. Goldenberg's essay, Racism, Colorism, and Color Prejudice, addresses the special position in Western thought of blackness. The essay reflects a semiotic approach in which black is treated as a signifier, whose significance varies in different contexts according to cultural associations with death, sin, and so forth. Goldenberg argues convincingly that racism against blacks was qualitatively different from other types of racism and suggests that this difference may account for a persistence of color-based racism unlike other forms of racism. As he neatly notes, stereotype disappears with familiarity, but skin color does not. D. Kimber Buell explores the potential racism of early Christian universalism. This she sees as Christianity's mixed legacy. On the one hand, anyone can become fully human by converting to Christianity. There it is. On the other, anyone who chooses not to be saved deserves whatever he gets. This dilemma Buell labels as compulsory mutability, and it produces some unfortunate prose. But compulsory mutability needs to be understood as a strategy legible also as races in producing and authorizing hierarchical discriminatory power arrangements legible on the body. Obfuscation continues. Her work, she concludes, suggests that Roman period and late antique Christian ideological formations about human difference also resonate with medieval and modern ones. Bam! Why are we still using that medieval and antique idea of race and human difference in 2025? Why do niggas still run to that myth in the Bible and shit? You feel me? The collection gathers speed when it reaches the Middle Ages. R. Bartlett, illustrating ethnicity in the Middle Ages, offers an overview of the cross currents affecting depictions of ethnic groups in medieval illuminated manuscripts. In some instances, such as the Bayeux Tapestries, Normans, and English, a clear code of facial hair types reinforce the basic ethnic divisions underlying the text. Elsewhere, illustrators worked in established conventions. Saracens could provide a template for depicting Mongols and other Asian people. The other was the Irish, persistently portrayed as savage, semi-naked, hirtsut mean hairy, and eating raw meat. The illustrations accompanying Gerald of Wells's topography of Ireland are, as Bartlett says, a window into the imagery of the colonial mind. The most impressive contribution is P. Biller's essay on proto-racial thought in medieval science. Leaving aside the extraordinary range of Biller's knowledge, the article demonstrates a truly original approach. Biller recreates convincingly the movement of ideas from texts and lectures into the minds of the students using such ingenious methods as comparing university texts with the commentaries they generated. This is a rich piece that ought to be read by anyone interested in reception studies. It is nicely complemented by J. Ziegler's study of physiognomy and humoral theory. Somewhat surprisingly, Ziegler finds that medieval physiognomic theory contributed little to proto-racist thinking because it was so often applied to interpreting the individual rather than categorizing ethnic groups. It would not be until the late 16th century that rigid classifications based on skin color would emerge. C. de Meerderman also identifies the late 16th century as a turning point. Beginning with an investigation of the term race, de Meerderman finds a curious development going on in non-scientific genres. Hunting literature praised well-bred dogs, articulated a hierarchy of falcons, and finally helped clarify notions of hereditary blood within the ranks of the French and English nobility. Race then emerged from a minority trend. Ancient parallels suggest themselves. Poor hunting dogs are described by Xenophon. V. Grosvenor, Sleeping with Arabs and Blacks, 1300 to 1550, addresses the complex relationship between race, sex, and religion. In literature, dark skin came to signify powerful sexualized figures who were invariably female. Now, y'all remember the other day I read where white men was writing that black women were hotter than white women. They looked better and were better sexually than white women. This is what white men were arguing over and writing about in the 1300s. Remember I read that? Remember I read that in that Voices of Race? I think it was Voices of Race that I read that in. So watch. But watch what this says. This trope intersected with changes in European slavery. As the Black Sea fell under Ottoman control and Europeans turned to Africa for their slaves. Again, usually women. Boom, boom, boom. I don't be bringing these damn Turks into the picture. But between 1300 and 1550, they pop into history. How can you deny them? You can't run away. So you want to brew lights, no matter where you want to hide, If I'm not finding you guys in the Ottoman Empire's history, y'all don't exist. You can't play with me. You can't play with me because I study this shit thoroughly. Go lie to those who's going to accept y'all mess. It's not me. Because again, I don't see no Hebrew Israelites in none of the Ottoman literature. I see Jews. I see people of the book. But I don't see no Hebrew Israelites anywhere in their literature. So what are you niggas talking about? Stop lying to me. To lie to y'all self. Because y'all want to steal some ancient Near Eastern literature. But attitudes to the inevitable mixing that followed varied. In Spain, anxieties about the status of Moriscos led to race-based legal restrictions. The law of limpieza de sangre. Y'all remember that term? Y'all remember what limpieza de sangre means, right? This shit keeps popping up. This shit keep, hey, Vyasa, why does limpieza de sangre pop up every time? Why? Why? What does limpieza de sangre have to do with race and racism? Because if you was born with that pure blood, then you didn't have to do anything. You was part of the noble race. You was part of the noble class. You was part of the chosen people. While in Italy, a much more generous attitude prevailed, recognizing the rights of children who inherited free status from their fathers rather than their mother's servile status. Gradually, however, attitudes hardened and tales of sexually voracious black slaves led to the formulation of a new term, race. The notion that there is a radical difference between discourses of alterity before and after the Middle Ages is picked up by D. Nirenberg, who reviews arguments for and against the idea that racism is primarily a product of the intersection of capitalism, imperialism, and post-Enlightenment natural science. Nirenberg's approach to racism is subtle and avoids such facile conclusions as race did not exist before modernity, race has already existed, or race does not exist, and race doesn't have a history. As a hierarchy of races emerged in European thinking, this provided a useful template in colonial settings. Let me read that again. As a hierarchy of races emerged in European thinking, not African thinking, this provided a useful template in colonial settings. This is explored in a detailed essay by R. Pochia Saya, who demonstrates that 17th century Jesuit missionaries, there go that religion again, interpreted the authenticity of Chinese converts according to the example of what? European conversos. Hold on. Wait a minute. So you niggas went y'all asses to China, converted some niggas to Christianity, converted some Chinese people to Christianity. And y'all, the example that they were Christian was conversos? European convert? What? So what about Africans? But hold up, this shit get bad. Because I read this before. Like most of these, I read. This one I read. So hold on, give me one sec. Because it gets worse. It doesn't get better. So Hesia, who demonstrates, oh, hold on. If the Inquisition was suspicious that those who kept Jewish dietary practices were not genuine converts, Should not the same principle apply to Chinese vegetarians whose public act suggested a lingering attachment to Buddhism? Especially troubling was the question of the ordination of indigenous clergy. What emerges is the gradual clarification of racist orthodoxy. Chinese and Japanese are functionally white people. Dark-skinned peoples, such as Indians and the people of Latin America, are generally mistrusted, while there was no effort to, quote unquote, to train a native African clergy. Page 274. Within Europe, the group whose persecution best illustrates the emergence of full-blown biological racism is the Gypsies. M. Eliaf Felden's essay, Vagrants or Vermin, Attitudes Towards Gypsies, shows how anti-Gypsy attitudes in the 15th and 16th centuries often focused on their supposed behaviors. The concerns fueling this discourse were largely socioeconomic, tinged with racist generalizations that blossomed into full-blooded racism in the 17th century, helped in large measure by the verminization of the Gypsies, a particularly lethal form of dehumanization, which will be brought to perfection in the 20th century. A. Pagden's The Peopling of the New World looks at the ways in which biblical traditions and Aristotelian philosophy armed the colonial masters of the New World with often conflicting strategies for mapping indigenous people into their worldview. The three dominant lines of thinking were that Indians were natural slaves, that they had been generated spontaneously, or that they were the descendants of a second Adam. All these claims would seem to carry sound racist credentials, but Pagden argues that these ideas ran counter to the prevailing notion that there was a single human nature, and he concludes, therefore, that while there may have been many races among the conquerors, the ideology of conquest was not itself racist. So these are differing views that's being presented. The distinction may seem too nice, but in Demon Stars in the Imagination, J. Canizares Esguerra shows that in the earliest periods of contact, categories were still open, helped by a discourse on heresy that emphasized the body's malleability, a notion that ran counter to the fixity underpinning later racist thinking. Accordingly, it would take the enslavement of millions in the New World and the radical economic transformation of the Atlantic world to bring about the creation of a new ontological category, race. In conclusion, as with any collection of essays, this volume contains some repetition and some surprises. Its greatest strength is its unusual degree of coherence. The essay shows that racism is a peculiarly modern phenomenon with paradoxically very old roots. So again, as I've been trying to get people to see, the pseudoscientific ideas was based off of what they thought was biology, based off the pseudoscience that they were using. We understand that there's, as we say, there's no gene for race. We understand that. But they weren't looking for genes. They were looking at things that made people distinct from themselves, separate from themselves. So when you actually look at it, this shit has those pseudoscientific ideas from antiquity built into the science, because it was those pseudoscience ideas that led to what? The scientific exploration and shit like that. So we can't we can't discredit or discount those ideas when we're having this conversation because it led to here, as Vyasa just put in the chat. When you think of natural slave, you should think of Aristotle. Remember, I showed air, water, the gold people, silver people, bronze people. The bronze people are the natural slaves. That's your natural position. Same shit. Just built upon through different eras, different writers, different thinkers in different areas. But none of them were African, coming from Central and West Africa. So we're forced to use their ideals, the ideas that and ideals and ideas that they created based off the literature and the language that we use. But we also have to understand that their language was formulated. This English was a constructed language. I don't know who calling me. Hold on. Hello? Yes, I did. Can y'all give me, hold on 1 second. Yes, he is. What up, I mean?
Yo, Sabi, what's good?
Chilling. I'm online, but yeah, he's still here. Hold on. I mean, go ahead, hold the show down for me for a minute.
What's your topic? What are you talking about?
Just race and racism and how we have to look further into antiquity and not just be stuck looking at the scientific or the so-called 16th, 17th century formation of it. You know, from the Enlightenment period forward, we have to actually see what every other empires and how other people were forming this thing and
Yeah.
forcing Africans into the picture.
All right. That sounds all right.
All right, so
Yo, shout out to everyone. How you all doing though? Sabi,
right,
you got like 5 people in the house, or I think 7
yeah,
people in the house.
yeah. Shout out those 5 people. Appreciate everybody for watching. I was actually challenging any religiotards, you know. I was showing them that they were mythomaniacs and that they have low self-esteem. As Marley likes to say, these niggas suffer from low self-esteem. And if you go through mythomania, you can bring it up yourself. You can look up the word mythomania, and in there, low self-esteem and insecurity will be the number one issue.
What's it called? Misomania?
Mythomania.
Oh, mythos. Oh, mythomania.
Mythomania. Mythomania.
Okay, yeah, mythomania. I think we just call them delusional.
Yeah, but it's beyond delusional because they believe the lie. So they will lie to support they will create a lie to
To
support
support the
the
lie.
lie and shit like that. They will create a lie on top of the lie on top of the lie.
Yeah. Well, that's religion for you. You got to keep. It's funny because I always wonder, like, how the hell are you a grown ass adult and you still got tricked by the Bible? Like, I understand if you're a kid and other people are reading it to you and stuff like that, but
Yo,
how are
Biasa,
you fully grown believing in stuff that you know? Like, even if you don't know science, you know for sure ain't no one dying and coming back to life.
right.
Ain't no man just walking on water as if that's some magic trick.
As if that's
There's just some
right.
ridiculous things that people believe in. Going back to freaking the other dude, there is no retarded illiterate man just gonna find a book, read it, and become a prophet. He finds a
Right.
book, the most he could do is interpret pictures, like interpret what do you call it? Symbols and drawings. But to say
Muhammad couldn't read.
you read Arabic
He
or
couldn't
uh,
read.
or Hebrew and became a pro nigga, you were illiterate. It doesn't happen in nature. I don't care what nobody said. Things like that just don't happen. So
But
you
you
find
got
these
1.8
religions
billion, you got 1.8
without
billion
the myth,
believers in it.
without what you call it, the mythomaniac. Without the mythomaniac, there is no religion because there's always some unnatural stuff that takes you out of the realm of reality, and you have to believe to continue doing that madness.
Man, it's
Like,
crazy. It's
it's
crazy.
crazy. Like, I've seen kids do their imagination, so now they're Paw Patrol and whatever else is popping, Ninja Turtles, the Spider-Man. They have their age that they go through.
Right.
At certain age, they want to be Transformers and stuff. Other
Right.
age,
That's
they want to
children.
be soldiers and Black Panthers. But eventually, as an adult, they grow out of it. But it seemed like the Jesus make believe fairy tale, you never grow to that one for
You
some
can
reason.
never this the one fairy tale that they can't grow out of.
Man, they even will not deny, they even will attest that the holidays are made up. There is no Santa Claus, there is no Easter Bunny, but they will not let go of Jesus. The most unnatural. of all. I want all the smoke too. I'm teasing the mythomaniacs. One gonna hit the link because they're listening.
Hey, so what's crazy is I'm in a back chat full of mythomaniacs, right?
Yeah,
I'm in a couple of back chats full of mythomaniacs created by JJ7000, right? I put the link in there, and I've been talking shit since I posted the link. Not one mythomaniac has hit the link.
yeah.
One
Yeah,
mythomaniac called me he left 7 voice clips. Napping.
yeah, that's crazy, yo. Who's on the voice note? Who's sending you that much voice note?
Some nigga named Terry Whitfield.
From where he's from? Which part of YouTube?
I think he has a channel where he be talking shit. I don't know. I ain't never watched none of his shows.
Yeah, that's crazy, yo.
I've just
Like,
had conversations with him and
really.
shit like that in back chat and on I think I did have a show. He did come on my panel on another show.
Yeah, you remind me of a dude that used to be over on Sonnet that
Y-
just takes
Yeah, that
everything
I
you say
think that's
about
where he
God
was.
very personal, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say by I said join the panel and post it in the back chat, but I got it.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
good.
yo, you guys join the panel, yo. Don't be following other people. Don't be shy. You know, when we see our brothers doing stuff, we post to support them. You know, we know everyone's gonna start from somewhere, but if you
So
don't
look,
support, or you expect things to grow, you
so
gotta
look,
support each other.
so I'm talking so much shit. I put the link in the back chat, the show in the back chat, and I told him I don't bluff y'all. I don't bluff. Y'all scared. I guess Yahweh didn't show up.
Yeah, I was on the road. I went grocery shopping and uh weed
Then I told the,
shopping.
then I
So
told
I
these
was
niggas
like,
I guess Yahweh did abandon you niggas in crunch time, huh?
yeah. I was like, yo, let me come back and hit the link because I was in the chat in the cloud listening. I was on the road. I didn't want to hit the link on the road and mess up your show.
Oh yeah, you gravy. But yeah, man, it's crazy because if they would join the channel, first thing they're gonna do is say, prove God don't exist. And
Well,
then the first thing I'm gonna say is which one?
uh, they should prove God exists. If
They
something exists, proving that it does shouldn't be hard.
shit, it
You
shouldn't be
can't really
difficult.
prove a negative, but you can affirm a positive. And if your stance is that this thing exists, it shouldn't be so hard for you to prove its existence,
Simple.
especially when you take such a strong stance on it.
Right. You willing to fight people for it.
Yeah, that means you're supposed to know for sure that it exists. You're willing to die for it. Are you gonna die for a fluke?
Are you going to die for a book? For real? You willing to die for a
Yeah.
book?
So anything that you're willing to put your life on the line for, you're willing to sacrifice time with your family, with your kids, you're willing to cut off friends, then you should at least be able to prove that what you're doing is real.
It's real, right?
Yeah, at least that.
And anger shouldn't be the way that you go about trying to prove that it's real. Evidence.
Yeah, evidence. Anger is a deflection, as Marley would say. It's it's the insecurity and the low self-esteem.
Yo, mythomaniacs. So I guess
But that only work a few times. Though. You could only get loud and distract the crowd for a few times. Eventually, people is gonna be like, "Well, answer the question." You know.
right.
Eventually, people are gonna wanna hear your answer and not just the ad homs and the crap shouts. You know, the question with 1,000 other questions.
Right. And you know what's crazy? That's all
Yeah.
they gonna do. They're not gonna present anything. That's why I titled the show what I titled it. Prove that your God is the way for black people. Prove it.
Yeah, well, they should.
They
But
should.
even if they can't prove that their Wakas God exists, prove that any God exists. I'll give them that. Prove that any God exists. Doesn't have to be your personal God. Prove that anyone exists.
They can't. It's all myth. So at this point, so when I realized they wasn't gonna join, I just went on into because I Garfield show yesterday, he was
Yeah,
hinting on some Ottoman Empire things that I brought up. And that's that part of history
yeah,
from I say the 10th, from the beginning of the Crusades, from the 10th century, from like 1054, from the first schism to like the 1800s, 1900s is skipped. It's like all we know is Christianity. Somehow we got enslaved. We Christian in America, and we learned some Black history. That's all we know.
yeah.
So that gap of history is where I set my mark at.
Okay.
I went and found out from 700 to 1400 what was going on, to 1453 and beyond what was going on. You had the Mongol invasion of the eastern steppes that pushed the Turkoman raiders westward. And once they started settling and intermingling with the Jews, the Christians, and these other religions, they started taking over lands. The Ottoman Empire formed around 1227, somewhere around there. And the rest is history. Shit, 1453 happened. They took over the block. They took over the trade routes that the Portuguese, French, and all those had used for thousands of years. They blockaded the Black Sea and the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese went around, found them islands, even though they was already going down on them islands, Quetta and all those other islands off the coast of Africa. And boom, the rest is history. But through all that, they were doing what? They were writing. They was exchanging literature between them and crafting ideas of people outside of themselves and amongst themselves. And you had to have certain characteristics to be considered human. The top characteristic that you had to have was reason. If you had the ability to reason, you can be accepted into the human family. Africans were considered non-spiritual or without the logos. So they lacked reason. People with color lacked logo. They didn't have the logo. Reason. So that separated them from humanity according to their literature.
What logo? Sorry, I stepped away for a minute. What logo says
Logos is reason.
oh, okay.
So under the Christian and the Muslim paradigm, you had to
Uh-huh.
have you had to have reason to be human.
Okay, I see, I see.
So Africans lacked the logos. They lacked reason.
Oh,
So did
it's like
indigenous people. But
they thought Africans were like unlearned or something, illiterate,
yeah,
unlearned.
yeah, they thought they only had the ability to reason at the level of a toddler or a young
Yeah.
child. They thought that,
Until they realized that we could actually read. If we were taught to read in English, we could actually read English and understand it.
right. But to them, but to them, This is how they made separation.
Mm-hmm.
This is how they put you in the monstrous class of races or outside of humanity. Because the logos or this reason is only given to you by who? Jesus. Yeah, divine logos, right. It's only given to you by the Holy Spirit. So the shit gets tricky. The shit gets tricky when you actually start thinking about it and you
Mm.
start delving into it, as I've dived into it.
So how did they break away from that then? Thinking that uh education or knowledge itself is something bestowed upon you from God or from some angelic entity. How did they break away from that? Because I
It,
remember that was a big thing for real in history.
it really wasn't the knowledge of self. It was always the knowledge of God. The way you got to know yourself was through knowing God.
Yeah.
And
And
that is
that is
through the
why
divine, but you have to have the divine logos. You
and
have
that is
to
why
have
if
that
you
spirit.
and that is why even science, like not as it is today, but what you call them, like naturalists or people who naturally observe the universe or nature and try to interpret it. Those people were deemed as witchcraft.
Right.
So if you were trying to understand the medicinal property of any plant, you would deem as a witch, and you would
Right.
probably be put to death. If you were trying to literally make physical sense of the stars and the quote unquote heavens, you're not just going off what the Bible or Quran says, but you're actually making real observation, like Galileo did. You probably would end up in jail or be put to death because that would have been considered the
Heresy.
devil's work
Right.
and
Heresy.
witchcraft. Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's crazy. How did they break away from that?
Science. The Catholic Church started accepting the scientific conclusions of things.
Mm,
It was so
right.
right. No, for real. It was the Catholic Church. Once the Catholic Church started accepting shit that the Muslims and other people were discovering, because it was really the Muslims and the shit that was discovering this shit,
Yeah.
and they were using
Yeah,
and
yeah, because
or they were
at that
discovering this
time,
shit using Muslim inventions and shit like that.
like how like what do we call knowledge, especially emerging knowledge, it's always localized in certain places, and
Right.
they kind of call those places like the epicenter of education or whatever, maths, education, science, geography at the time. At one point, it was Egypt. At one point, it was Timbuktu. At
Right.
one point, it was Baghdad.
Right.
At one point, it was that place in the Greek. I think it was in the Greek or Roman Empire.
Yeah.
So
Alexandria.
yeah, Alexandria. So when the Ottoman had it, was that the time when like algebra, the Arabic
Uh-huh.
developed algebra and certain principles of mathematics was developed during that time?
What up, Vyasa?
Because I know
Look,
the
Gal, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I mean, for
Yoruba.
your question that you have right now, can y'all,
Hmm.
I'm driving, so I can't even share the link. I'm on the highway. Can y'all type this name in real quick? William Wewell. William and then
William Well.
Wewell.
Okay. Yeah. That's a British or Scottish last name.
And when you type that in to answer your question, man, academically, that's who they're going to point at to separate where religious thought begins to break away from your natural philosophies and become what we know today as science. This man
Mm.
even coined the terms um, scientist. He coined a lot of terms, but he had enough reason within himself to say, hold on, these conversations have to be separated. because it's
Yeah,
starting to
I'm gonna
become
check
too
him out. But
conflated.
was he like, what era was he
Way
in?
too
When
Like
you
conflated,
ready,
the
and you're gonna
can you
wind up.
share your
age of
screen?
philosophy?
I'm sorry,
Go
I
ahead,
couldn't hear.
radio.
Can you share your screen?
I
No,
can't.
he's
I'm driving.
driving. He's driving.
Oh, all right, I'll pull it up. You said William Wewell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
William Wewell.
How you spell
W
his
H
last name?
W
W H
H
E
W
L.
H E W E L L.
Whewell.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
will. And I'm on the Zoom, so the only thing I see is the E for Sapio.
Yeah, me too. I'm on the phone.
Oh, all right.
Let me see if I can switch to the YouTube. Well, it's not gonna show me though. It'll be on pause.
It's pulling up in the back. Hold on.
But this is the man responsible for separating the two. At least that's what they point at in a.
I'm finna pull it up.
And he was a theologian. He died a theologian, but he still had the foresight to say, no, we got to separate the two.
Yeah.
All right. So my screen should be sharing in a sec.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
him.
yeah.
William Wewell was an English polymath. He was master of Trinity
Okay.
College, Cambridge. In his time as a student there, he achieved distinction in both poetry and mathematics. The breadth of Whewell's endeavors is his most remarkable feature. In a time of increasing specialization, Whewell belonged in an earlier era where natural philosophers investigated widely. He published work in mechanics, physics, geology, astronomy, and economics, while also composing poetry, writing a
Yeah.
Bridgewater treatise, translating the works of Goethe, and writing sermons and theological tracts. In mathematics, Whewell introduced what is now called the Whewell equation, defining the shape of a curve without reference to an arbitrarily chosen coordinate system. He also organized thousands of volunteers internationally to study ocean tides in what is now considered one of the first citizen science projects. He received the Royal Medal for this work in 1837. One of Whewell's greatest gifts to science was his wordsmithing. He
Yeah.
corresponded with many in his field and helped them come up with neologisms for their discovery.
Mhm.
Whewell coined, among other terms, scientists, physicists, linguistics, consilience, catastrophism, uniformitarianism, astigmatism. He suggested to Michael Faraday the terms electrode, ion, dielectric, anode,
Yeah.
and cathode. Damn.
So he was right in the prime of when the scientific method was kind of being accepted in the to the general public.
Yeah.
Which it would make sense because you would need people like him who are still theologians but are willing to separate their belief from natural science. You know, they're willing to put certain biases aside, even if it goes against their spiritual belief. So,
And yeah, and then the further back you go, you got to remember them churches had a foothold on everything. Those was your politicians of the day. So they run in the universities and the city.
mhm,
You get where
Right.
I'm going? Like the Pope was the president, king, all in one.
All in one. Right. Right.
yeah,
Just like the
anything
Socian
to do
was.
with knowledge was tied back to the church.
Yeah.
If you're acquiring knowledge outside of the church, you would literally be deemed as a what you call it, say be a heretic.
Yeah, heretic.
You would.
Yeah, so
But that's interesting though. William Whewell.
yeah, that is interesting.
Because I always think about how did that transformation take place? Because you know, at one point we just hear about the scientific method and natural science separate from belief and religion and supernatural stuff. But before it wasn't like that. You know, it was the same people from the church, leaders of the church, that was pushing what they would consider academic knowledge at that time.
Yeah, science and God went together.
This
Yeah.
makes you start questioning, well, not questioning, but looking at them book burnings in a different light sometimes too, y'all.
Right.
Mm.
What do you
Right.
do when you have people poisoning themselves to death, thinking this is gonna make you have immortality, or you get where I'm going?
I get you.
Yeah.
And you got to keep that in mind. They up against all that.
Mm-hmm.
They up against the filth and all of those ills.
Yeah,
So
yeah. When it comes
it's
to the
kind of hand in hand.
it was,
We give the church a bad hand. I like to point at
uh,
the Black Death, that epidemic,
yeah, I was just gonna say that the
and what the
plague.
church did. If it wasn't for them documenting everything, we wouldn't know so much that what we know about it.
Right.
Mm.
Right. And it also goes again. I like to bring up them because those was Irish monks that documented a lot of that.
Yeah.
No, seriously. It was the Irish monks that kept the church tradition alive through the Black Plague because Ireland wasn't as struck as the Roman Empire was. Ireland didn't suffer, so they were
No,
outside of it.
it was what do you call it? Southern Europe got hit the
Hmm.
worst. France. France was decimated by the plague, by
Bingo,
multiple wave of the Black Plague.
bingo.
France, uh, Rome, Italy, Greece, Turkey got it. I don't
Right.
think it went down to Syria.
So how could
Probably
how
some,
could they
some.
keep literature if they're fighting this
Mhm.
plague? How could they write? So it was the Irish monks, the Irish friars that kept the tradition alive.
Then you got to add in all your upper class was fleeing.
Yep.
Yeah,
They wasn't up. What did we go through quarantine? They didn't quarantine. They just left. So those that may have had those skill sets like reading and the access to learn to read, they leaving the city.
They leave in the city.
There was
yeah.
a good book. I'm not home right now. There's a good book that point at it. It could have been things outside of I forgot what rodent they blamed it on. And it could have been some biological warfare taking place that made that happen. I couldn't because it's far behind. My bad, y'all. And what they look at is one of the things they point at is for evidence for this theory is they can't find any skeletal remains of all those rodents that would have been infesting. I thought that was interesting, but that's a whole other topic. I will take us down rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I ain't there. I would have to read up on that before I have anything to say on it, you know?
Uh,
You got
I think
remedies
I
happened at the
seen
same
something where
time that who was it? It was the Turks, wasn't it? Ironically, that first figured out you could take somebody with smallpox and put their ass on a catapult and shoot them over the walls, and now you got people sick.
Yeah, yeah, they was doing that shit in the
Yeah,
war.
they saying it was the
yeah,
same methodology, bro. They
it's
figured
funny
that out and
because
just moved it
that's where
to them
I,
docks.
that's one of the border of the Black Plague. So I don't know if it starts there or it ends there, but it never really spread past beyond Turkey. It went
Mm-mm.
into Asia, but you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying, coming into the Middle East where it could actually made its way into Africa, it never hit Africa. At
nope.
least from my knowledge,
Nah, I
there
did it.
could be some history that someone, these people, they will bring history just to say they debunk me. So to my knowledge, it never hit Africa.
My knowledge either. I haven't seen no
Yeah.
evidence on a black plague on any parts of Africa, not even Egypt.
Yeah, not even Egypt, nowhere in Africa, not even like the northern parts that was like, have trade with Europe. They didn't get hit by the plague.
Not according to the history that I've been exposed to either. So if there's any information on there out there, expose me to it and I'll be correct.
Yeah.
We had those bubonic plagues years before.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that we probably had some immunity to
Something
those
similar,
kind of
right?
disease. because Africa never really got hit with any major disease until HIV, which caused a lot of people to become suspicious of it, because we had malaria and those things that we literally evolved with those diseases in Africa. So it wasn't a plague or a outburst for us. It was just a yearly thing that we deal with, and we know that some people have the sickle cell. We had ways of dealing with malaria. It was really outside people that come in and die from it. It wasn't really Africans that was dying in numbers from malaria. But when they hit us with HIV and the new strain of disease that we had no immunity to, that's when Africa got decimated with infectious disease.
Hmm.
But outside Africa, they were dying. Black plague was only one. Cholera. I don't know if you know what cholera is.
Yeah, I know
Cholera
what
was
cholera is.
killing them. Diarrhea, believe it or not,
Yeah, they
diarrhea
was
was a
dying from
big
diarrhea.
issue for them. And it's not just Europe alone, Asia too.
When you a lot of people only points at the Council of Nicaea, but when you go to the ones before that, a lot of them were dealing with how to combat those plagues and outbreaks, what to do with leprosy and all that.
Yeah, leprosy.
Leprosy
They
was
were,
bad.
huh,
And those was your early ones in Africa. I can't remember them all right off back, but I want to say the
yeah.
Council of Carthage. I think they was dealing with leprosy and outbreaks there. That's what those councils was gathered for.
You said cartridge?
Yeah, that's like some of your very first church councils is councils of Carthage, and they're in your northern African tip spread out. But
Hmm.
they start there and then start moving their way back. What is that would be
That's under
what
under the Romans, huh?
yeah, that would be what? East. They start going east back towards Constantine and all that.
Yeah. Well, uh, a big interest of them in Egypt and in Africa, northern Africa, was the I don't want to say biological, but the I would want to say the medical knowledge that African possessed at that time. It was limited compared to what we know now, but at that time it was pretty much all that they knew, and I'm talking the entire world. You know what the medical history that they have in Alexandria in Egypt, and if they could find books from Timbuktu before it got burned, I'm pretty sure they were doing stuff over there. You know, if you go in the Far East, like in China and those places, you see they still do certain things like acupuncture. They still have this deep devotion to ginseng,
Mhm.
that ginseng roots and stuff. You know, that's what they were doing back then to combat certain things, and it did help in a limited way. You know,
You know, alcohol.
but even in Africa though, we had knowledge of uh how to kind of immunize ourselves, from chicken pox, smallpox. We had that. you know we had way of vaccinating ourselves from chicken pox.
Man. And that's
And I'm
what's
pretty
crazy.
sure yeah.
And that's what's crazy. Um, the things that affected them didn't affect Africa because they already had inoculation
Yeah.
in certain
So
in
certain,
certain parts
certain,
of
certain,
Africa. Not all. No, I
certain,
wouldn't say all over Africa. I would say in certain parts they already had inoculations because I haven't done the research to say all of
but
Africa had
probably not
inoculation.
not 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 all of Africa would need that though, because if you're living in the south, that probably wouldn't be the best for
Right.
you. Only
Probably wouldn't
people
need
living
it
in
in
the
South Africa.
yeah, in the what do you call it? The rainforest region, where it's always humid, high humidity, damp. It
Right.
has the mosquitoes and the insects and the stuff.
Right.
Certain places like further north, the far north and the far south, those places experience uh summer and winter. Those places experience different climatic change. to show that it's not, so it's not like the around the equator where those places are like the Caribbean. They don't experience winter. It's like Florida. It's always warm, it's always humid, you know. Plus it's a rainforest. So those who evolve in around the equator would need some defense against insect bites that's gonna transfer a lot of viral disease,
Right.
you know. So they would need that. And they had that. Uh, Over time, evolution gave them an edge, which was the sickle cell anemia.
So I guess to
Hey, I
fall off.
mean, before y'all get too far, and I didn't mean to interrupt, Sabio.
No, no, you
I heard
good.
you. I heard you talk about China and acupuncture. So I figured out how to do it real quick on Zoom. I dropped you a link in the chat here.
I
Um,
see it.
it's a guy I like
Right
to
here.
tease the Egyptomaniacs with because they deified this Chinese brother as half man, half bird. But when you read his story, you'll see why. And he was an acupuncturist, and I don't want to say none of his stuff was pseudo, but he was a healer of his day, and I want to
Half
say he was
man,
BC,
half bird. What do you mean?
but
That's like a mythology or something?
they honorarily described him as that. His ability to see
Oh.
illness.
Okay,
You
I
get where
got it.
I'm going?
Yeah, yeah.
Man, it's
So
a I see
yeah.
it. I got it. I'm about to pull it up. Give me a sec.
I was gonna say again, a part of our defense to disease and a lot of outbreak that was happening in other places was literally our hygienic practices. We did certain things like the way we cook, the way we prepare our food. If you notice, it's a black thing all over. Black people all over, they take extra precaution in cleaning their animal product, that whatever animal product that they're eating. They take extra precaution in cleaning it, like washing it, uh soaking it in some form of lime or some form of acidic fruit or plant, and when they actually cook, they clean their utensils with stuff like the charcoal or the ash from the fire, which later on they realize that literally those are the basic ingredient of soap. You know, those are the bicarbonates that they used to make soap. Africans was using those things, the ash and the charcoal, to clean their utensils, to wash themselves. They use certain clay, certain mud to preserve their skin, and then they wash it off. And it's not just rivers like we see on the documentary with the crocodiles and the hippo. They actually have clean water, clean river, waterfalls, and natural spring that they actually use. But with the propaganda, they're only gonna show you the mud pit and make it seem like all African drink from a mud hole that hippo and crocodile use. But we
But yeah,
actually had good practices when it comes to hygiene, life and legend.
but yeah, you know, every a lot of things that people say is based off of feeling. It's not based off of actual information, I mean, or what
Yeah.
can be attested to from actual information and what people were saying about themselves or what other people was able to observe and write
Exactly.
down
They
of those groups.
believe the propaganda. They fall for the propaganda and use it to hate themselves. But if you actually know the truth,
So one thing that I noticed and which is crazy to me is I've been noticing the anti-blackness that these people are using against us and themselves to hold on to their beliefs and the claims. Even the people who claim to be aboriginal or indigenous, that's anti-blackness.
yeah, you'll hear people say stupid stuff like it's a we're lucky that slavery happened because we wouldn't have left Africa. We'd have still been living in the jungles and as if we were living primitive. That's not what happened. You know, as I said, certain practices that we have and everything else except for uh technological advance in weaponry. I would give you that. We didn't have that. And that comes with a certain mindset, you know? You got to be living in a certain condition to be thinking about acquiring weapons to hurt and kill people.
Right,
You know, but if you're not living under those conditions, your mind is not going to be natured that way.
right.
But African,
You're not going to be thinking along
yeah,
those terms.
let's go through things now. Did we have utensils like uh eating utensils, cooking utensils? Yes, we did. Did we have metal? Yes, we had metal. We had spears, we had farming tools, we had pots, we had metal mask, bronze, gold, silver, all kind of metals. Did we have garments? Yes, we had garments. We wore clothes, different kind of clothes. We have kente cloth. We have different kind of cloth from all over the continent. You go to Ethiopia, they have some other former wrap that they used to wrap themselves. So we did have garments. What were we lacking in? Weapons of mass destruction. We didn't have weapons of mass destruction, hence we lost. Hence we
Right,
end up in slavery. But we didn't end up in slavery because we were primitive or unlearned or immoral or savage. All of that was the propaganda to justify their immoral act against other human beings.
right. That was the way they rationalized it in their paradigm of humanity.
Yep. And to think that we were illiterate would be very ignorant of anyone when Africa had the most of the ancient universities that was actually deemed as universities, as a credible academic institution, they're found in Africa. You know, some might be connected, have connection to Greeks, some might have connection to the Arabs, but they are found in Africa. You ain't gonna tell me that universities in Africa. It's like saying universities in America, but everyone is walking around is illiterate. It doesn't make sense. Universities in Africa, I'm pretty sure Africans were uh,
Attending.
uh, yeah, acquire and even the keepers of those knowledge.
Right,
Because one legend, as I don't want to say it as a fact, it might be a myth, but one legend that was told was that when they burnt Alexandria and burnt the books at Timbuktu, a lot of that knowledge was kept inside the brain of the Africans, inside the head of the Africans. They kept that knowledge and keep passing it down and even rewrite it within their personal tradition, their own little ethnic group, like the Fulanis, the Yorubas. You know, everyone leave with something. And if you look into their
well,
cultural practices, you will see, you know,
well, I don't. I've heard those stories, and I don't know how much weight I give to it, but I do think of the tradition of the griot, so
yeah.
it might have some validity.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying, Sabio. It might have some validity, but because it's not solidifying history, we haven't really done the deep work to find concrete proof. We're not gonna claim it to be true, but we're
Right,
gonna hold it as a legend, which
right,
has, you know, it has substance to it.
right. It has some substance to it, but how much we can't really weigh because there's nothing to concrete say
Yeah, yeah. I'm
say
not
that
gonna
that's
go off
valid.
and make claim that the Dogons was practicing astrology. And no, uh,
Right, right. I'm
no,
not
they were
accepting that.
doing open heart surgery. No, I'm not gonna go off and make them
Right, I'm
kind
not
of
going to jump off that cliff.
nah, you know. But yeah,
But yeah, it's crazy because people are always telling me in these back chats, y'all, the ones with that JJ7000 put me in, and again, I didn't ask to be put in these back chats. JJ7000 put me in these back chats because he wants me to join his debate league. Everybody wants me to join their debate league for some reason. But
Yeah.
what am I going to debate?
Are you a part of Solar Vision?
Absolutely not.
Uh, yeah. And
I mean,
I'll debate, but
I, I, I have to. It has to be an equal playing ground. I'm not going to debate your
yeah.
beliefs, and I'm not going to debate just any random topic that you think is a good topic. Like it
Which I
has to
was
be a
just
Because
viable
speaking towards
topic.
which I was just speaking towards with oral tradition. I think
yeah,
they do
yeah,
garner a
you're
lot of
biased.
respect.
I was saying like
I
just before
think,
you go in, I was saying like when they burn certain books in
mhm.
Timbuktu and burn down the library in Alexandria, and there is a legend that the knowledge wasn't really lost, but the Africans themselves who was gatekeeping certain knowledge, who was reading those books, who was practicing the maths, still kept most of it. I'm not gonna say all of it, most of it. And when they disperse, they kind of bring it back to their personal tribes and kind of keep it going that way. But there is no concrete proof of it, so I don't want no one to jump and call me pseudo. I'm just
No,
gonna keep it
there's
as a
there's
legend.
there's things you could point out even outside of Africa. For example, that ring around the rosies, how's it go? Pocket full of posies,
Yeah.
ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
Hmm.
You take that and point right at plagues that's going on in Europe, and that's how they're remembering what took place is oral tradition. We're just not taught to look at it that way, so it does hold weight. What I was going to contribute to the conversation is in the modern day, where we see a problem with that is when people try to superimpose things that's not there into that oral tradition, because it might sound similar or they can line it up to mean something that it wasn't. And that takes
Yeah,
away the value of those oral traditions and what they really represent.
it
Just like
does. It
the
does.
written word has equal respect to it, but it can become just as conflated and disconnected from the truth in the wrong hands or misinterpreted.
Yeah, yeah. People lie with words and people lie with pen, and they also make mistake with words and make mistake with pens. You know, it's just that people embellish certain oral tradition to the point where it became supernatural. And you can no longer use it for
Yo,
anything credible
share the show, y'all.
in an argument. What's that say, Bill?
No, I just told the chat to share the show.
Oh,
Try to get some more traffic through here. Cause I ain't gotta go nowhere. I ain't got nothing going on. We can go
yeah.
like we can go like Q buddy.
Just, just be consistent. Go live more consistent.
Yeah, I
You got
am.
good topics. Good energy. Eventually, you'll get traffic.
Yeah, I had good traffic before my old channel went down. Before I got porn bombed by some nasty ass white dude.
That's the thing when you start to get traffic now, you're gonna come with the headache, because not everyone is coming with the best of intention. It's come on, Sabia.
Right, let me do this right now.
People crash out on you when you're sleeping. What are you on
Okay,
the
only I
YouTube?
can host.
You
Cool.
just
Only
go
I can share the
YouTube
screen
and then
too.
you go live. Why don't you use StreamYard?
Um, I don't know. I pay for Zoom.
Oh, you got a Zoom account.
Yeah, I got a Zoom account. And
Oh,
Zoom's a
that's
little
good.
better. I can get more people on my Zoom account than I like StreamYard only got like 10. I can get like 20, 25 on it.
Yeah, Zoom, you have a dozen, 2 dozen people.
Yeah,
Easy.
I can get more people on Zoom.
Yeah, 'cause, most school, most online school, Zoom is a go-to platform because you could run a class of 30 students on Zoom with no
Yeah,
problem.
so that's the main reason why I use Zoom. I pay for a subscription. I've been paying for a subscription for about 4 years now.
Okay.
Sometimes
Yeah,
it
you might
fall
as
off
well
because I
use it
can't
then. You
pay.
might as well make something of it.
But yeah, I'm gonna do like you said. I have to be more consistent. Um, I have to get better videos too, because that Dr. Ben video is powerful. I like that little Dr. Ben video I started out with, where he says, "And for those of you who call yourselves Black Jews, for those of you who are that you the first Jews, you ain't shit. And I was born in it. From people that was born in it. Is this a copy and a cop out of the original religion? And I don't mean religion, of the original worship along the Nile. Go back to the shit along the Nile and tell me it's something unique. That goes for you Christians and Muslims and everything else.
Yeah.
If you
Man, if I ever,
he
if
called
I ever,
Christianity, Judaism, and Islam green pea soup vomit.
if I ever get into Egypt or Kemet and start to look into the Nile, I'm not gonna look into it with no religious eyes.
Right,
I'm not gonna be looking for no God and no
right,
deity. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna try to see what math, what science they were practicing, and try to see the mundane culture of the people. I
right,
don't care who, what the bird represent. I don't care what 14 body parts in 13 different places represent. None of that means nothing to me.
right. You know what really bothers me is how these religious they would discredit things like the Ndinkra symbol from West Africa.
Yeah.
Does that bother you, Vyasa?
It bothers
Uh,
me that we limit um one the globe as
Mm-hmm.
as
To the
Africa
ancient Near
in
East.
regards
Right.
of history. We limit our studies and perspectives of it to one set geographic location. And then
The
with
ancient Near
Africa,
East.
we disregard all the beauty to focus on the shiny.
Man,
yeah, exactly.
I don't know how else to say it because I'm not going to minimize the other places that they don't look at or the history they don't go into. So
right.
I'll just say it that way. They want to focus on the shiny.
Yeah.
It is irritating
But
because
being
you just saying
but me learning about the Ndinkra
and
symbols and all that,
extract the science
that a,
and the
oh,
math there, right? I mean, I hear you say, BO.
me learning about the
I'm
Ndinkra
with you
symbols
on that.
from a young age and hearing these people not even mention them is kind of disrespectful. And when they're
Yeah.
mentioned, they're talked about in a negative way.
Yeah.
Like they will glorify the ancient Near East, but disrespect anything African.
Uh,
Yeah.
I have a two Ndinka tattoo. You know the two swords, Sabio? The two
Yeah,
swords?
yeah.
Courage. It stands for courage. I have that.
I had the Sankofa bird and another Andikra symbol. I can't remember exactly which one it
Okay.
was, but I love the Sankofa bird, and that's what I try to live by, the Sankofa bird.
I
Looking
have
back
the
while
other
moving forward. I use the
other
past
one.
to
It says
build off of.
funny because this
Now,
one, the other one says supremacy of God. I don't know if you know that symbol, but I know that it's a misinterpretation because I heard it from an African. I think he was from Benin, and he says it's supremacy, but it's not supremacy of God. It's
yeah,
like it's like it's more, to be honest, it's interpret more as like how they would say you're into yourself. That's what it really mean. Like
Right,
someone
supremacy
who
of self.
of self, of self. I have that one, and I have the Heru Falcon.
Okay.
Yeah, only one Egyptian. But that's how I looked at it back then. Though I was looking for African symbols because everyone was tattooing Chinese fried rice on their arm. I'm like, I ain't gonna be tattooing no Chinese fried rice or sweet and sour pork. I'm gonna find African symbols, and those are gonna be my tattoos. And I took two Adinka and one from Kemet.
Yo,
I mean,
I'm still
to
calling
ever
these
get
dudes
one,
out.
I don't have no tags.
I don't have none either. I'm thinking
Big
about
Papa
getting my
Legba
mom's
symbols,
name tattooed on me.
but I can't not respect the sacredness of those cultures. So
Me
instead
either.
of me just learning it and saying I'm going to do it myself, I always, now if they would offer it to me, I take what symbol they give me. But to just jump myself in and claim I got the right to do it, I can't.
Right, right.
Mm.
But
So
I like his symbol more than the character. I just always thought,
But remember though, I was a Rastafarian, deep into the Rastafarian religion, and most of my studies in Rastafarian was pertaining to West African culture. That's why I know about the voodoo. That's why I know all about Benin, Burkina Faso. I know about the Ifa Ile tradition from Nigeria. You know, I know about the Akomfo from Ghana, their tradition. When you hear a lot of people would come and say, "Oh, don't you have an African god called Enyame?" I know they just heard that one word, but they don't know where Enyame come from. That's from the Akomfo tradition. So I was into these culture. That is why I chose these tattoos. You know.
hey y'all, can y'all hold it down for about 3 minutes? I'll be
Oh
back.
yeah, I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna
All right, good looking.
light up a spliff. Yeah, Vyasa, yo. I was into the culture still, you know.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, how did you get when I get back? I wanted to ask you, how did you leave? So I don't go into that, you know. I wanted to ask you, how did you break away from all that? And was it
Oh
difficult and
yeah,
things like that?
definitely. Hey, it's for the most stupidest reason, but to me it's the most valid one. Because when you're into religion and those stuff, you would think that someone preaching a whole science and history book to you is gonna be the thing. No, it's not. It has to be something more sacred to you than the religion. And when those two things come in conflict, you have to make a choice. And a lot of people in religion been at those crossroads before. The only thing is that they keep choosing the God that they have never seen. They keep choosing belief over something tangible, you know. So the first time I meet that crossroad, I know what decision I had to make, made it, live with it. That was it. But yeah, yo, I remember when I decided to get tattoo. The last tattoo I got was the Kemetic bird. And it wasn't for Egypt I got the bird, the falcon. I naturally did love falcons or hawks. I did love seeing falcons and hawks. Like if I'm outside and there's a falcon hunting, catching pigeons and stuff, I will stop my car on the side of the road, get out, and start watching. I was that person from day one. I love birds in general, but when it comes to the raptors, the hawks, the eagles, the falcons, the osprey, the kites, the kestrels, the merlins, yeah, I love all kind of hunting bird, even the shrike. And I know a lot of people wouldn't even know what a shrike is. Shrike is a little bird that if you see the shrike hunt, you would really think this bird is a demon. It will catch like a rat or even another bird. And what it does, it either it starts to beat it, kind of pick it up, wrestle it on the ground, slam it, body slam it, give it some headshots until it knocked out. Then it fly off to a tree and hook the bird to a branch and impale it on a branch. And then it start to eat. But yeah, I like the part of nature that other people can't stand.
How you feel towards the opposite of that? You said you would think this bird is a demon, and in the time frame we started the conversation, you had Europeans um, using symbolism once again. They
Mm,
symbolically made the pelican represent Christ, and it was based on the way it eats. If they catch a fish, the way they shake it, their whole face gets covered in blood. And however they interpret that to be Christ is on them. But once upon a time, the pelicans represented Christ. Just to
yeah,
keep,
that is why they change it to the dove
yeah,
because of those same interpretation. Because when you pretty much that's why the snake is demonized in the Bible. It's the natural ability of the snake, and that sometimes they could be that small, but the venom is so potent that you get a bit from a small, tiny ass snake that you can't even see. You don't even see the bite. It's not like a open wound, but 20 minutes later you're dead. So the snake quickly became associated with the devil. But yeah, the bird, I could see why they change it from the pelican to the what did they gave the dove? That was that was a try to redeem themselves to make Jesus seem as if he's really harmless.
yeah. I could be mistaken, but I think that dove starts taking symbolism in the Romantic period.
Yeah, Roman that they remember they reframe or reformed a lot, and why it was reformed is because they were going to use it not only for religion, but they were going to use it for politics. So, with politics, you have to get the heart of the people. That's the number one thing. You have to win the heart of the people. They don't care about facts. Politics is about feelings. So, Jesus had a lot of pagan ways before he hit Rome, you know. So, along with him, a lot of the other pagan prophets that was doing stuff that wouldn't be fly with everyday liberals today. Stuff like what's that guy called Enoch? You know, Enoch and his multiple war with demons and devils and other humans, other life form on earth. Those things wouldn't go fly with regular people today. So they had to reform a lot in the Bible just so it could be more palatable to the public.
Man. So
Jesus got his makeup. He got a good makeup. He went from being the demon bird to becoming the dove, you know.
so again, uh I'm back. I had to make a little run.
Mm.
Uh but because for me, when I left Christianity, it was hard. I'm not gonna lie, it was difficult. Knowing the connections I was breaking, the people I was losing, and things like that, it was difficult.
Yeah, that part I gotta admit that part was hard because I lose a whole network, my
I lost the
whole
whole network.
friend, my whole circle of friends and stuff. That, yeah, for me it was hard, but I did it for family. So it was like,
But I had to do it for my sanity. I did it for my sanity because when I
oh,
started
sanity,
asking the
you did it for
difficult
sanity.
questions
Mm,
that I could, and the church leaders, the pastors, the deacons, they weren't giving me the answers,
yeah,
and I had to go to secular sources. I had to look outside. And once I started learning, it was just
yeah,
like, oh wow, I can't keep lying to myself.
yeah, I get that. You were searching for answers. That, you see, because I already left the church, because it's like Rastafarian is like a Hebrew Israelite movement.
Right,
Not that crazy. I wouldn't say it's that crazy, but it's like that. It's literally like that.
right. I could see that.
Yeah. So after leaving the church and finding Rastafarian, that movement, it almost felt like I found the answers that I was looking for in the church that the pastors couldn't answer. No, these Rastas could answer it. Now I realize the answer is bullshit. But back then I thought they could answer it because a lot of it was doped with black powerness.
Right,
Because we got to
right,
remember Marcus Garvey is one of the Rastafarian main gods, along
right,
with Haile Selassie. But
right.
little bit that did I know that Haile Selassie was only uh the replacement for Jesus, and Marcus Garvey was John the Baptist. I don't ask me how that happened, but
What?
Marcus Garvey,
Hold on. What? This is,
yeah,
you see, it's things like this
yeah.
I didn't know about.
Any
John the
Rasta,
Baptist?
any Rasta that's in that religion, like Prophet, remember Prophet that used to come on sometimes from St.
Yeah,
Lucia?
yeah.
He will tell you that Marcus Garvey is John the Baptist if he's being honest,
Wow.
you know. So,
Wow.
but yeah, they had answers for everything. But again, just being dope in Black Power movement and the focus is on Africa, Africa, Africa. You
Right.
kind of overlook those things. You kind
Mm-hmm.
of literally similar to what the Hebrew Israelite does. They will convince you, or the Moors are. You know those people, they will convince you that the Bible is really African and these people stole it from us and rewrote it and misinterpreted. So we're gonna break it down, and the Garden of Egypt, the Garden of Eden is around Ethiopia, and all of that nonsense. So me being a young adult, want to embrace my blackness, hearing all this black power stuff. I don't want to drift away from that because he thinks the Bible is African and not uh Mesopotamian, you know. So I
Right.
accept a lot of nonsense. I rose in ranks. As I said, it's literally like the Hebrew Israelites when I come to think of it, because
Damn.
we got ranks, and I did rose in ranks. Again, academically, I'm smart, and I'm not shy to take the mic. Pause. So I find myself quickly say, Dio, I find myself leading these church meetings. I'm the one with the microphone in my hand, leading all these Rastafarian
And if you, hey,
rituals and stuff.
I've
Yeah.
led church meetings, I mean,
hmm
that shit is
You know,
crazy.
and I would say within like 2 years, I became a Rastafarian priest. Within like 2 years, I became a
Wow.
Rastafarian priest. And within a year, 6 months to a year after that, I had my own temple, which was the only temple in Toronto. I got the Toronto temple, and I shared the temple with the Moors, the Moorish Science Temple in Toronto.
Wow.
The same building. Like I would run the building from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then the Moors would come in and take the building from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. in the night. So that's how we used to alternate it. So same building, but it's a Rastafarian temple and it's a Moorish science temple. And then
Wow.
eventually I start to stay back because when I became the priest now, I'm the one running this building. So I'm the one opening the doors, setting up stuff, leading the whole freaking whatever you call it, the whole congregation. When it's done, I'm the one ushering everyone out, smoke my spliff in the back, then come back in. The more start their thing, and I would sit in with them for the next 2 hours, you know, because they were trying to get me to come to become a Moor. They were trying to reel me into their Moor science thing. But
Damn.
yeah, it was serious. It was serious. And I was young. I was literally this was my first red flag. If I could say a red flag. When something click in your head and
Mm-hmm.
like the reason why you're getting this permission right now is because something ain't right. As they
Right.
would say, a gut feeling, and you
Right.
start to rethink things. I was I was uh I was 20 years old, turning 21. You know, my first baby mom was pregnant with my first son. So I started to think and look at life differently now, you know. And I remember we used to have meetings on Wednesday. This is like a council meeting with only the elders on Wednesday, which was no elders. They were freaking like in their 40s and 30s and 40s. But other, what you call them now, like generals in the temple. We would have this meeting in a basement on Wednesdays. And I was the treasury of the offerings because they would drop offering and stuff. And I remember one Wednesday, this this priest from Africa, Rastafarian priest that left, went to Africa, spent 3 months in Africa, came back. And the first thing he did was take up the treasury and took the money out and claimed that he had business to do in Africa. He's gonna open apartments and whatever, whatever. Took the money, went to Africa, and the next time I heard from him, he was in jail in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Crazy.
that's the first red flag. He was in jail in Africa. That's the first red flag. The second was when, as I said, my girl was pregnant, and I'm looking at life now, and I'm like, shit. Look at the men I'm around because I was feeling myself too. I'm feeling my ego. I'm leading a whole
Right.
temple of all these grown ass men, but they were all right. Then this is a time when it really clicked. This dude that was like, the guy that he hangs around with me a lot. He likes to smoke weed. He bums weed off me and whatever. Bums are right. So he hangs with me. He became my friend. He was like 55, 56. He was Wale's age. Those age group. Bearing in mind, I was 21. This dude was like up in Wale's age. On
Damn.
my job, he asked me for a ride to go to Montreal. So I leave my work, drive him to Montreal to go see his estranged baby mom. They fought, left Montreal, come back with him. When I came back with him, he showed me a gun and showed me that and he showed me and he was proud and he was laughing like, yo, this is what I went up there for, this is what I went for, but if I went by myself, maybe I would get caught. So, and I was so disappointed because I thought I was on the right road with moral people doing the right thing. Dude was in the street. No, he had his gun now. Attitude changed. Like I said, he used to hang with me. Now when he started to hang with me, he's not the same person no more. He's trying to use this little intimidation tactic because he showed me a gun, not knowing that I literally left that life to come do this bullshit with y'all. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, I'm 20. The youngest of these guys is at least 40.
Damn.
Everyone asks me for weed. When I used to make sandwiches and bring them to the temple, everyone come eat the sandwiches. No one brings anything. I was the one who put majority of that money in the box. A dude from nowhere stepped in, took the money, gone. And I'm like, I'm the only one driving a vehicle. I'm like, is this what I'm gonna be when I'm 40? I'm looking at grown men and I'm like, is is this what I'm growing up to be? Like you guys doing this bullshit. And that's when it really started to click. That was my first foot out. When I'm like, I need to this this is not gonna work out. But I sticked it out for another year. I'm in it for another year, running the temple. We had some good times because we did a lot of shows. I got featured on the TV, on like national TV in Canada. I got
Right.
printed in the newspaper. Not only me, but our group. We got printed because people would call us to do shows and stuff, and we do our performance. Cause we had the drums and stuff like that. We wear the Rastafarian, the shiki, the head wrap. So it's a whole costume like the Hebrew Israelites. Only thing we're not doing is cussing out people. So we do all of that. And I remember at this it was a main event for some African leader. One of those African leaders, it was one of their day, maybe their birthday or their coronation day or something. It was a main event in the Rastafarian faith. And I was the one doing
So you mean to
again.
tell me? So you mean to tell me that you had the position of a priest
Yeah, I
as
was
a
a priest. I was
Rastafarian?
a priest.
So you was basically on the level of a TDJ for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Rastafarian?
There was still one level higher than me. It's called uh leading priest. So you
Mm-hmm.
have the acting priest and then you have the leading priest. The leading priest, they're like the top generals. They're like the top general, you know?
Like the
And
Pope.
yeah, they're like the Pope. But I, as an acting priest, I get my own chapter, which was Toronto. So if anyone call in Toronto, they have to speak to me. If anyone come to Toronto, they have to see me, you know? So I felt good in that position. But here is what now.
Did
I
you
said
feel
I
like
had this,
God? Did you ever
yeah.
feel like God to them people?
No, I couldn't because I said the acting priest, those guys are egotistical. They're narcissists. I remember one used to come to Canada from Jamaica as, what do you call it? Like when you send an invitation letter for someone to come to visit you for the summer,
Yeah.
and he would come every summer and stay with this woman and eat. And they love white women. That was the second red flag. Because I remember this other guy, his name is Prince. I shouldn't be calling names. Shit. Uh, he had a white woman. He had a kid with a white woman.
And you know what? That was another red flag for me with a lot of Rastafarians.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, I saw a lot of them with white women.
Yeah.
Like,
He had a
like,
white
like
woman.
I have an example of when I was at Forest Park. There was this guy. He started out as a Rasta.
Mm,
Um, but and I met him in my Black History class. He was pushing Rastafarianism tough.
yep. Sound like
I
a
met
Ras
when I met his woman, she was white.
white
His
woman.
baby
Yep.
mama was white. I'm like,
Probably a
hold
chubby
up.
white woman.
I'm
'Cause
like, hold up.
Prince
So
had a
that was
chubby white girl.
that
That
was a
he,
flag. But
yep.
then I say we lost contact for maybe a year and a half, right? Next thing I hear him talking about, we Hebrew Israelite.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Yeah, that
what?
that happened. That happened. A lot of them turned Hebrew Israelites. A lot of them turned Hebrew Israelites.
I was like, what, bro?
Hmm.
But then once I got to listening to him and his woman converse about religion, I see where it came from.
Yep.
The white woman.
Yeah, a lot of them have white women, and a lot of them like their downfall is that same white woman. Because the same guy I'm telling you about, he was a good dude. One he was one of the few that literally had a job. I think he was an electrician. He was a tradesman, you know? And he wasn't he was a I don't know how to say it. He wasn't like a bourgeoisie because he's fully black power, but at the same time he wasn't ghetto. He was one of those guys you will find him in a freaking dress pants and a button shirt, well tucked in. He's that kind of dude. You're not gonna find him on the street smoking. He will go in his house, go to the backyard and smoke. He's that kind of if you want to call it someone with certain kind of principle or standard. And for him to know that he was the one with the white woman, it was very disappointing. It was very disappointing. And he works hard and bought a house. The last time I heard, the woman took him to court, took the house, and now have him on child support. I
Uh-uh.
felt so bad for him because he was like, if you want to say one of the few good ones, as I said, them niggas was freaking say, Bill, if I bought a freaking dime bag of weed, I have to split it 5 ways,
Damn.
you know,
How is
because
that
they don't
possible?
work. They don't believe in working and earning a living for yourself. They, you
Ooh,
know, they think they use that same tactics like, oh, white people enslave us. They're supposed to give us this and that. They owe us everything. And it works sometimes, but it doesn't work all the time. Doesn't work all the time. So he was a good one that works, have his thing going. As I said, bought his little house. It wasn't a big house, but now the white woman took it. Probably living there with a white man.
yo, can I honestly call myself the back chat shutter down because these niggas ain't said shit all day. Other than old boy ranting and raving, it's been silent.
Yeah,
I've been
because
talking shit in
they
these
gotta
back
hit the
chats
link.
all day. I just said y'all can't be this scary. All the shit they be talking, none of them. Yeah, they scary.
Yeah, yeah, say deal. So I remember like in the middle of a show that I was doing with the rest of them. Like I was headlining this show for them. And my
Uh-oh.
son,
We got a
my son was like a
mythomaniac in the
year.
chat. What up, Afro?
Oh, we got Afro. Yo, peace, Afro. What's good, King? Hit the link. Let's build. Yeah, yo. In the middle of the show, like my son was like a year and a half. He was a really young baby. And his mom didn't come to the show. So it was just, I brought him to the show alone. So when I was on the stage with the other priest, like he wants to come on the stage. He doesn't want to stay in the crowd. He wants to be on the stage with his dad. And they keep telling him like they keep ushering the little baby off the stage like he can't be on the stage like. And it's because of their holiness, like their holy tradition, like
Right.
their sacredness. Like a little baby coming on the stage is gonna make the stage unsacred to this stupid ass god, you know. So he came on the stage. I put him in the back to sit, and then the same guy who I'm telling you, the high priest, he's telling me that he's pulling me aside, telling me that my son can't stay on the stage because my son is not a priest. And if you're not a priest, you can't be on the stage because it's a holy place. And in the eyes of the Lord, it's not it's not sacred and all of this nonsense. So I put my son back in the crowd, and I'm on the stage beating the drum, singing and doing all this nonsense, only to look up and see my son crying. When I saw him crying, yo, I literally tore the dashiki off. I tore the dashiki off, went to the back, grabbed my shirt, put on my shirt, put my shoes on, take up my child, and I walked out. And when I walked out, half the congregation walked out. And I told them to go back in. I said, yo, this is on me. It's not on you guys. You guys go back in, you know? And I never walked back in. I walked out, smoke a spliff outside. A few people come outside and like beg me to go back in and apologize and whatever, whatever. I'm like, nah, it's over. It's over. If my son, if the stage is too sacred for my son to
So,
come on stage, then I don't need to
so
be
are
on the
you
stage.
admitting that you used to grift black people?
No, I didn't used to grift nobody. I did not get a penny from nobody. I used to help them, if anything. I did not, no, I did not financially benefit from that. If anything, it caused me a relationship. It caused me to lose a lot of friends, and it caused me to waste a lot of time that I could have used to do something better for myself.
You know what? And I think that's where our vitriol, our angst against this religious ideology stems from, because we recognize the time we wasted misleading
Yeah,
ourselves and others for a belief that was crafted outside of where our ancestors were, and that was forced upon our ancestors once we came to that recognition. And
yeah.
this is why we have such pushback and such a strong stance against it.
Literally, that's how I end up over here, because when I left around I think it was like 2018, 2019, or it could be early. It could even be 2017. It was a few years back, 10 years now. When
Yeah,
I left,
I know it was a few years back when I left, and like I
yeah,
said, it was because of the question. And once I had already knew that the Pauline letters was written before the Gospels, and the Gospels
mm,
weren't written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. But once I reread the New Testament and I started reading people like Richard Carrier, Raphael Ataster, Bart Ehrman, and Dennis McDonald, and others, you
yeah.
know, it was just like, damn.
Yeah, you'd have known that because you study history. But a regular lay person who doesn't study history, they're not gonna know that.
And it was like the questions that I had were being answered. Like, okay, so the way Paul looked at Jesus is probably the way that most Christians look at Jesus, as some mythical motherfucker. Because
Yeah.
that's the way you have to actually look at it. But beyond that, it was just like the construction of this shit. We don't know who constructed it, when it was constructed. The dates are approximate. They change with different interpretations and different people and different times and different areas. Like, this shit ain't nothing but a story. So at that point, it was nothing for me to do but let that bullshit go. I didn't need to go into anything else, because once I realized they was all based off the Bible, I was just like, I'm done.
So pretty much Paul wrote the gospels then.
No, Paul didn't write the Gospels. Paul wrote his letters.
Oh,
The
like
Gospels
the
were
letter
the Gospels
to
are anonymous. No one knows who wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
isn't they say who was the Roman? Was it Matthew? No, Mark.
They don't know. They don't know who was what, because those people are not real people.
Oh. So like the letter to Galatians and the letter to the Ephesians, Paul wrote those.
Mm-hmm.
What about like Acts and those books?
They don't know. They don't know.
Mhm.
They attribute them to I think Luke, but they don't have any history on Luke. So I don't
Yeah.
really know. Like I
The
said,
the
Matthew,
whole
Mark, Luke,
thing
and
is
John
made up.
are anonymous.
The whole thing is made up.
The whole thing's made up.
Pseudepigrapher.
Pseudepigraphy.
Yeah.
They'll even argue whether or not Socrates was real. I mean,
Yep.
and the concept is, well, you gotta keep yourself safe. Can't wind up in one of them brazen bulls and get your ass roasted. So, yeah, pseudepigrapher will to keep the author protected. And you don't see that change until after Diderot writes the encyclopedia. But even that was compelled by multiple authors hiding themselves. And it was a way to disseminate information to the public,
Mm.
practicing absolutism and chopping your head off.
Right.
That's literally why they formed the encyclopedia. They attributed it to one person, which is Diderot, but it was compiled by multiple authors.
Right.
But you start to see a
Yeah.
change after that.
So it's things like that. Once I started doing the history and shit, I couldn't lie to myself. Once I started seeing the Greek elements and how they weave that shit was that was a master. They did a masterful they did a masterful job putting the Bible together. I'm not going to lie. And the Quran,
Yeah.
they did a masterful job of weaving them tales together and giving them
When I started studying
matchability.
history, I was shocked to realize that most of the Bible, if not any, is aligned with credible history, and their main character are not historical. I
Their
was
main
shocked to
character
learn
is
that.
not hysterical. It's not historical.
Not historical.
Yo, somebody just said Terry Whitfield for saying Yah's life or existence itself, which is funny because Yah created existence from nothing. What? You see, this is how stupid these people is.
Yeah, yeah, he sound like a Hebrew. When you hear all that yeah stuff, it's a Hebrew.
I'm finna
Again,
put
it's not
nothing from
historical.
nothing leaves
The,
nothing.
the, even more disappointing than Jesus was Moses.
Man,
Moses was a disappointment because at least Moses would have been in Africa. Moses would have been born in Africa, sailed down the Nile, been raised by a black queen. I was disappointed to realize none of that shit really happened. They got me. Yo, they got me good.
Yahweh created existence from
Yo,
nothing.
Fabio, they got me looking when I realized there's no historical Moses. No, I'm looking for Musa, Mustafa,
Right,
anything. Give me something. Give
right.
me something. Is it a Musa? Did they got his name mixed up? Is it Mustafa? Is it Masufa?
What is it? Stop making up names.
I couldn't find nothing. I couldn't find nothing. Then I have to become ridiculous. Now I'm like, it's normal. It's I start naming out every freaking Egyptian. It's Tutankhamen. It's Aken. Yo, no, there was
See, that's
no
the part I
Moses.
don't like. I'll deal with the parables. I'll deal with the personification of abstract ideas or concepts. But when people start misleading by superimposing esoteric values into it or their own hmm, cultural ideas,
Mhm.
and it starts muddying up the waters worse than they are, that's what makes me draw away from it.
Right.
But if you can look at it and say, okay, this is a factual place, this historical place existed, this is the parable, and this is the lesson. If
Right.
you can use
I'm
discernment with
telling
it,
you,
I don't have no problems with it at all.
Right.
that's when I fully draw away from everything biblical, not just the Bible, not just saying, oh, Jesus wasn't black, and not just trying to make Christianity black, but when I look into history and see that nothing historical aligned with this book, nothing. Like I said, to claim Moses, I have to change his name, and even after changing his name, it still doesn't fit. To claim the Garden of Eden, you got to turn a pseudo geographer. You start to put dots and lines all over the globe and start to make triangulation where places, in places that weren't even mentioned in the Bible. And you realize, okay, if I have to do all of this, why don't I just give it up? Like, really? And this is when it hit home now. When I start to realize, like, on a genetic level, these wouldn't even be our ancestors. So why would I even fight to claim people that, even if they did exist, would not have any relation with me? Then I have to become now the pseudo historian and play the
Right.
pseudo gymnastic again and say, you know, uh, the Hebrews were black, the Canaanites were black. We were in Asia, and then we moved back to Africa and see the L tree, E1, B1, E1, ZB, Zs, and play all of this haplogroup pseudo game just to fit some people that doesn't belong in a place where you want them to belong. And I'm like, it's easier just to give it up. It, it doesn't align with science. It doesn't align with history. You know, most of the book that you're reading, these are religious book. It doesn't even align with natural nature, things that could naturally occur in nature. Without belief, you have nothing. That's when I realized, I'm just
So
gonna give it up. I,
so I
I'm,
think
I'm good being an
so I'm
atheist.
trying to convince this dude who calls himself my teacher, MC Yamin. He's the one who said that Yahweh created everything from nothing. It was formless and void. I'm trying to get him to join a panel to come teach us. He said he
I would
typed.
like to hear the explanation of that.
I would like to hear an explanation of this. Because nothing from nothing leaves nothing. What the fuck? So I
And
just reposted the link. I ain't typing back at him. I have nothing more to say to him. I told him join the panel. We're waiting. You'll have free reign to explain yourself. No interruptions. But once you're done, we will question your logic
I'll
and
just
report the
ask
things
him
that you
two
say.
questions, just two. I won't give him a bunch of questions, only two. But I'm not gonna ask now because they might scare him. And they're easy. The first
Right,
one I would ask is, what do you mean by void?
right. What do you mean by void? What is your definition and your take of void?
While y'all doing that, go ahead and take my question and put it in the notes. What is nothing?
That's my question.
Mm-hmm.
What is nothing?
Then my second one align with the first. Void of what?
Because philosophically speaking, the only way you can have nothing is you have no language.
Right,
Therefore, there's
Mm-hmm.
nothing exists without words,
without words.
definitions. So that's the only way you can have it. But due to the fact we live in a reality defined by words, what is nothing?
What is
Where does
nothing?
it exist?
Hmm. But again, he has to come. I guess he could. I don't know. They like to play these games. I can type at you and convince you. Nah, that shit ain't convincing.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be boxed in. I'm not spiritual. I'm not agnostic. I'm not atheist.
Nope.
I'm a human, and
I'm
if anything,
anti-theist.
I'm a honestarian. Uh,
I'm
you-
honest. I'm an atheist, and I give my reason why. When I look into history, when I look into science, just the natural nature of the universe, I can't verify none of these religion and nothing spiritual for that fact.
Fact.
If there's
I'm an
evidence,
anti-theist.
yeah, I'm open to evidence, but I'm not gonna accept stuff without the evidence, especially when it's leaning in the realm
There is no
of
evidence.
supernatural.
There is no evidence, and I'm standing on it. They did have evidence that Zeus or Thor or any of them was hurling lightning bolts from Mount Olympus. So what the fuck?
Yep, and that is why
I found some. I
I
found
don't
some
think that.
strange comfort, y'all, in not knowing everything. It sounds good when you all want to know all until you think about what knowing all truly encompasses. So let's say, for your theologians, God exists, but you're going to hell. You get
Right,
where I'm going?
right,
You know it. What good is the beauty of life at that point?
right,
Or you know you're going to heaven, and in that you become an asshole, and you don't care about nobody. You don't care about your wife, your kids, your brothers, and you
Uh,
become an ass.
just
You know what your so-called friends really think about you when they belittling you. You know the nasty things your parents did. You know when your kids are, you know where I'm going. There's a comfort in not knowing all, and I think I don't want to. We misuse ego, but our foolishness often puts us in predicaments we shouldn't be in by proclaiming we know all or we can answer all, versus just accepting what we can prove and just rocking what you rock with.
right. Accepting our limitations. And I can
Right.
agree with that. That's why I'm quick to say I don't know everything. And I'm willing to learn the things that I don't know. But if I don't want to learn something, I'm not going to force myself to learn something that I don't find interesting to my knowledge base, or that's going to help me increase my funds or my knowledge base. There's certain things that I enjoy, certain things that I don't. So there's some
yeah.
things that I'm willing to say I won't know. Like space.
Once I start to question myself, I have to be an atheist. Just even if you should say hypothetically that God exists, anyone, if there is a God that exists, then how would you feel about that entity? Knowing that, all right, given the Christian God or the Abrahamic God, not Christian, the Abrahamic, could be Jew, Christian, Hebrew, or some polytheist. Given the nature of these gods, supposed to be all knowing, supposed to be good, supposed to have some moral standard, and all powerful, all knowing, all presence. And then you look back at just human life, human history, and you see the brutality that human have to go through, the sufferation that human have to go through. And human is just one of the many other life form on earth, but because we have feelings and we could comprehend the suffering of another human being, and as humans we try to at least stop or try to eliminate in places most of those suffering. Hence we try to practice medicine, and hence we have laws in place so people aren't just going around killing people, and we aren't just dying from bacteria and stuff. Not that we did a perfect job, and we're not God, but not that we did a perfect job to eliminate suffering. But are you telling me that there is always been a all powerful, all knowing, all loving, all willing, all presence entity around all this time? Are you telling me that this entity has been around 1689, 1723? This thing has been around, and saw what was going on in America, and just sit back smoking cigar, drinking whiskey, and shaking his head. You're telling me that this thing was around when the Christian crusaders was going around with swords, slashing off people's head in the name of this same God? No, if this God exists, I would have a lot of questions. A lot of questions. Because the God is worse than every serial killer you could name on earth. Every mass murderer you could name on earth. If he did exist, he is way, way, way below Adolf Hitler. So that would be something to think about if God did
And what
exist.
do we do when we find out we've been perceiving it wrong for thousands of years and God was never meant to be personified and God is just merely all of existence? No heaven, no hell, no soul, none of that. Just existence in itself is that.
Then I would say, yeah,
We
that
never
would be.
existed outside of existence. You get what I mean? Or another realm to test and see or to even I don't think we have the imagination to fully envision the
But
outside of that.
you
We
see that
can just
the
envision our
attributes, though.
desires, and then our desires take control of our thoughts
Yeah.
towards these matters. If you get what I'm trying to say by that, I'm still driving, but hopefully y'all get what I
Yeah, I
mean
get
by
it.
that.
But I'm saying though, the attributes that people give to God, because again, it's people who conceive this God. Animals do not, as far as we know.
Right.
And as far as we know, we have never seen animals in unison doing anything ritualistic to say, okay, this is something common that all animals do. So it must be in worship to this God because it has no biological or reproductive or nutritional benefit. So it must be, for like we can see human with artistic expression, which God is a part of our artistic expression. But I'm saying though, even if God was like that, wasn't supposed to be perceived as we are perceiving it, then we couldn't call it an entity. Just like we don't call physics an entity, and physics is literally the all-knowing, all-presence driving force of the entire physical. It's literally called the physical universe. Anything that we see, touch, smell, and even those that we don't, because it might be in the quantum realm or the microscopic realm, it's still physical. So if we want to say like existence is existence in itself and there is nothing outside of existence, that's literally what physics is. And the reason why people imply God is because they're not accepting or comfortable or satisfied with physics. Literally, that's what it is. Physics explain the birth of life, of an animal, of a plant, of a human, and physics explain the death. Even what happened after death. People fail to accept it. Physics, and physics include all of the natural science plus math. It can explain what happened to you after death. And within its explanation, there was no supernatural spirit, soul, or any of that. What happened was a biochemical decomposition or breakdown of the physical matter that makes you. The part of you that is talking, is thinking, is perceiving the universe, that's a physical brain that is functioning biochemically in your body. And when that biochemical reaction stop in your brain, you have no more thoughts. Your language is done. Your perception of the universe is over. And physics does explain that to the teeth. But people
Man.
fail to accept that because they want something more. And the more that they want is not natural, meaning not of this universe.
So I think MC Yamin is trying to join. What up if you in the chat? The link is
Oh,
pinned at the
yeah, let
top,
them drop the
bro.
link. Maybe you need to repost the link, Sabio. I don't know if it went off or is it still in the chat?
Yeah.
No, I see a Vyasa message in the chat. Or maybe I'm looking at it
All right,
wrong.
I just reposted it.
Yeah, let them join. I'm pretty sure
And I repinned
Need
it.
and Vyasa touching a lot of points right now that they want to
Nah,
speak
that
on.
ain't the right one. I gotta do it over here. Yeah, maybe he can't use that. I gotta do it on YouTube on his laptop. I don't know. But yeah, the link should be pinned. That one ain't gonna work. Let me delete that one. That one's gonna continue to
It's
the
been
video.
in the YouTube chat. Only thing you
Yeah,
got to do is open the chat, live chat. Should say
yeah,
live
you
chat.
gotta open the live chat.
You see, other animals do not have these same issues that we have. And the reason why we do is because we have such a complex brain and we're able to perceive the future. You know, and that's because of the complex calculations and predictions that your brain is making based on present and past events. You know, we're expecting, like most animals, it's not unique to us. Like most animals is
All right, there go
expecting,
the Zoom link.
okay, like most animals is expecting night to come and this and morning to come after. They're expecting a sequence that we all are expecting, like night and day. If you're living on Earth, you're expecting that. You know, our brain is so complex that we're making future prediction, just like we are making. That's the simplest of prediction, and that's because it happens so routinely that once you are here on Earth and you live more than a week, you will understand the pattern of night and day. Even plants do, you know. But
Right,
imagine when your brain is more complex. You understand not only night and day, you understand that a whole year. You understand a whole cycle that consists of multiple year. We call them epochs. You know, we understand weather system, like climate system. We understand volcanoes that these things erupt, calm down, and will erupt again at some point in the future.
right. They go
And
dormant,
yeah,
then
a a
they reignite.
a animal that even witnessed a volcano erupt, ran from the eruption, doesn't really understand that this thing is gonna erupt again in the future, especially if that generation that witnessed it died out.
Right,
There might be a new generation of animal living on that volcano banks, never hear it roar, never seen it erupt, have no idea that an eruption even possible. But we as human, we can understand that because we understand periodicity. We understand that this thing had happened before in the past. As I said, we link past and present experience to make a prediction for the future. The thing with us, we can make that prediction to the length of our entire life,
right,
from birth to death. And we seen it happen and we know it's in it's inevitable for us. Animals do not know that. I'm not saying they do not. Most animals do not know that. They can't make a prediction from birth
All
to
right, I
death.
think he on. What up with it? Can you hear?
Yeah,
What up with it?
chilling. What's up with you?
We chilling. Now you said something in the back chat, and I don't want to misread it. So you started out saying that Terry Whitfield was saying Yah is life or existence itself, which is funny because Yah created existence from nothing. And I reply, what? Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. WTF. Join the show, explain that it is the Yah created existence from nothing. And then you put no thing, meaning formlessness. And then I told you, I'm not typing, hit the link. You have free reign to explain, no interruptions. Teach us. We want to learn. And then you said in the beginning it was formless. I said, I'm waiting. It was void. And so now you're here. So can you explain what does void mean and nothing mean? We're all
So,
on mute. I'm going on
so
mute right now. Hold up.
okay, okay. So, uh, when you look at Strong's concordance of the word void, the Hebrew word essentially means emptiness, right? So, emptiness is where there's basically there's nothing there, but like uh, it's like a canvas, right? Where you're starting from literally nothing, but you speak things into existence. I remember, I recall earlier that you guys were talking about words, that there was no words. Well, the word, what we call the Messiah, was not formulated until at that split second when he said, "Let there be light." So, that is the word. As a matter of fact, I think in Colossians it says that the Messiah created the heavens and the earth. But that's neither here nor there. What I was basically saying was that um, from nothingness, right? From the brother said, "What is void?" Um, and you guys said, "What is nothingness?" So nothingness is no thing. Like no thing is formlessness. And formlessness is void, emptiness. So there's nothing there, right? So like it's like you have a bucket, right? And the word would be like the water that goes in the bucket. You start out with a bucket. There is something there, which is emptiness. Emptiness is still something. Does that make sense?
No.
It's
Because
like
you started out by emphasizing that there was nothing there, but you caught yourself and you start to saying that even emptiness is something because you know we're gonna get on that.
no. I'm just saying like I'm not trying to catch myself on anything. I'm just saying that um it's something. Like it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. It's like when something is always there, but it's not there. Like it's not. How can I put
All
it?
right, all right.
It's not like what we consider existence itself.
Let me try to explain to you what science what science says of
Okay, okay,
physics,
okay,
what physics says happen. The
okay.
universe, the universe as we see it, it has always existed. The only difference is it was not in this state, in this form, meaning that it was very much more smaller, unimaginable, unimaginary smaller than it is right now. What happened was an expansion of the universe. And after during that expansion, there has to be a very energetic event that happened, meaning that everything that was in a very hot state, a supercritical state, so hot that matter could not come together. Matter
Right.
comes together when certain quantum particles starts to lose energy, and that's when the universe starts to cool down.
But that's I was trying to
But
explain something
but
like that, but I get what you're saying. It's
but that's not what your God said though, because what science is saying is that nothing that you see in existence right now
right.
was either created, which your God came to do, create matter, create stuff. Nothing was there, and He creates something that's impossible, literally impossible. What
Well,
you can do is transfer energy. You can transfer the states of matter. You can transfer the composition of elements, of atoms.
so this is
You
what I
can
like
make
to. This is
molecules, and you can transfer energy on,
this is
on,
what I
on an
like to tell
electromagnetic
people.
scale.
Can you imagine that you're living in God and that God is living in you?
Mm-mm.
You see
That
what I'm
wouldn't make
saying?
no sense,
Hell
though.
nah.
So
That shit
like
don't
for
make any
example,
sense.
like if you ever want to know something about the universe, and this was said by uh I was looking it up some years ago. It was by this guy. He took the main organs of the body and he created some type of invention where it worked by itself. I forgot what the name of the guy, who the guy was or where the organs was, but basically like everything we ever wanted to know about the universe is in us, right? We basically are the reflection of the universe, right? So basically it's like what we are looking for inside is outside of us, and when we're looking outside of us is inside of us. Does that make sense?
Mm-mm.
So like yeah, it was I wasn't prepared to I wasn't trying to debate, but
No, it
um
ain't no debate.
no,
No,
I'm just
not a
saying
debate.
that there was
But
an
he said,
invention that this guy created from the main organs of the body, and it worked like a clock. And so like if you look at cars, for example, right? They run like they're supposed to be like horses, right? Or something like that. You know, horsepower, whatever the case might be, whatever the case might be. You look at a car even closer that has headlights. Doesn't that look like eyes to you? You know what I'm saying? Doesn't the grill? We talk about our mouth, our grills. You know what I'm saying? It has a grill.
what?
You know, everything is
Absolutely
reflected
not.
off of the human being. All things is bilateral if you think about it.
Hmm?
So it's like
And that's those are attributed to physics
but
because
that
of the physical ability that it gives.
right.
We have to do it physics. It doesn't. It's not because the animal have that engineered, designed cars with headlights and stuff. It's because of the physical purpose of being able to see ahead of you, to have
Yeah, but
light
why
ahead of you.
why didn't they just have instead of having two headlights, why didn't they just have one or three or four or five or six or seven or eight? They just
I'm
had
pretty
two headlights.
I'm pretty sure there is a reason why, and probably because of visibility, how light scatter, and how other incoming
Right,
someone when it comes to incoming vehicle, how they're gonna perceive that
right.
light. So
But, but that
to,
but that's what I'm
to
but that's what
better
I'm saying. Like
to better judge the width of a vehicle, it's best to have the headlights at both ends, because you don't want
right.
one end lit and the other end dark, because you're not gonna get a precise distance of how far you need to stand.
But
So
that's what I'm saying. Like everything made in perfection and the likeness of the
no, it
creator.
didn't. It didn't. Nature,
What?
nature attribute eyes. Eyes was not a thing that started off with the first life form. Life, the first
Life
set of
was
living
blind.
things, first set of living things did not have eyes.
That shit was
Eyes
blind.
evolved over time for the same
Okay,
purpose. Things
eyes
need to
eyes
get
is
away
wrong.
from other things. Things need to eyes evolve for animals that was trying to escape danger, and animals that was trying to catch other things to eat.
Oh, okay.
That's what
So
eyes.
you saying eyes evolved into something else and all those stuff like that.
No, eyes,
No, eyes evolved into eye.
Oh,
literally, eyes.
okay.
Let me tell you, your eye, eyes and teeth, eyes, teeth, and nails. These things evolved from skin.
Oh,
Before
okay.
before before any living things have eyes, teeth, or any form of nails, they had skin protecting the inside of the internal organs, and we're talking about multicellular organs. With single cellular organs, they have lipid membranes protecting the cytoplasm or the inside of the cell. Multicellular organs evolve a organ on the outside because they're multicellular. They have organs on the inside, organs on the outside. The outside organs act like the lipid membranes. It repels, literally repels water and let in how should I say it's very particular with certain gases that it lets in and out. But it definitely it will let
But
liquid
I hate to
out, but
bust
it
your
doesn't let
bubble,
liquid in.
but the Bible says that man has always been. It's just that
But the
God
fossil
thought us
record
in.
says something else
Hold
here.
on. Wait a minute. Let me finish. God thought us into existence. You see what I'm saying? We manifest that way. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when you look at the fact
What?
that just give me some chance to talk. So manifestation, right? So we know that there is what we call metaphysics and we have physics, right? So physics is what you can see. Metaphysics is what you cannot see, right? It's called hidden. The meta part is hidden, right? So metaphysically speaking, everything was hidden in the beginning. And then that's when things came into
In,
fruition,
in, in,
became physical.
in that case,
So
would you
all
consider
things
X-ray? Would you consider X-ray metaphysics? Is X-ray metaphysics?
we're showing you things that are hidden.
No, X-ray, is it metaphysics or gamma ray? Is it or even radio wave or even microwave? Because none of these things I'm saying, you cannot see them. You cannot see these things, but they do exist. They literally are a part of our everyday life. You have never seen them, but we know
Yeah,
they exist.
you can't see air, but yeah, it exists. Yeah, everything that's metaphysics.
So you can't say because you can't see something, it's metaphysics. Metaphysics is that which physics cannot explain, not of the physical universe. Usually something supernatural. So you have a supernatural explanation.
Well, as technology furthers, we're able to explain things, right?
Uh, take for instance how your God claimed to create humans. But
Hmm.
the fossil record, the physical fossil record that we can find that dates back hundreds of thousands of years shows that human being evolved over time and was not created as this God claimed to be.
Well,
However,
you
no,
got to
no, no, no.
understand.
It's not what happened. I'm telling you what we
No,
have. I'm giving you the
I know what
objective.
you have. I know what you have. But at the end of the
So the
day,
objective is this though. Science have something objective that they can stand on and say human being evolved over time.
that's
God
not
have
what.
something subjective that demands something metaphysical or some aspect of belief and trust, but there is no proof. There's nothing concrete that you can point to say, here, this prove what I'm saying. But what science is saying about human evolution, there is a whole fossil records dating back over 100,000 years,
Okay.
300,000 years to be exact, or
Okay.
320,000 years.
So science also says that white people are the last stage of evolution. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
nowhere in science says that.
So,
No one,
so, so
there's
yeah, yeah, yeah,
nowhere
yeah.
in
As a matter
science
of
says
fact,
that.
it was a lot of racist people that was in science too, that was saying that black people came from monkeys and all this stuff like that, and they had a
Science
scientifical
did not
proof.
say
Hold
that.
on, hold
Science
on, hold on, hold on.
correct.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Science
Let
correct
me
those
finish. Let
things.
me
It's
finish talking, brother.
religion
Let me
that
finish
says those
talking.
things.
Let me finish
No, but
talking
it's
because I
religion
let you
that says
talk.
that, bro. It's not
Let
science.
him
No,
talk, my
no, but
man.
I'm gonna
I
let
mean,
you
let him
finish.
talk.
I'm gonna let you do your thing after I speak. Like I said,
Yeah,
science
that's
also
fair. That's fair.
says that we evolved from monkeys, or chimps, or however you want to put it. Right? That black people evolved from that. White people are the more superior because they evolved much later on. I mean, that was in science too. So I
Oh,
mean,
shit.
science says a lot of things, brother.
Yo, yo.
No.
I don't know no science that says humans evolved from chimps. None. None. I don't know no
Oh
scientist
well, you know the
or
common
no
ancestor or
evolutionist.
whatever you want to
Hold on.
call
I
it.
let you speak. I let you speak. I don't know no evolutionist, no biologist, no paleontologist, no archaeologist that would say what you just said, because that is fallacious, false, and wrong. Because people attributed Africans and some people on the continent and some other humans to monkeys and things like that. That was their misinterpretation of humanity. That's a whole different conversation. But that shit you just spewed was way off base, bruh.
Okay, okay, okay.
Most of those
We
people
evolved.
was using the Bible, was using the God theory to dehumanize people. In science, every single human being today is considered a Homo sapien sapien. And that word only means modern human, modern man. So every human being is a modern man. Literally. There is no there is nowhere in evolution that says white people is more evolved than anyone else. Even people, even like the pygmy and like the Khoisan, some of the oldest genetic humans on Earth, they're still modern human beings, still Homo sapien sapien.
Okay, let me rephrase it for y'all. Back way back when nobody knew what was happening, as far as the average person, the scientists back then, what we call scientists today, back then, they were making claims stating that white people were more superior because they came much later. That evolution decided to make them the most superior, and that's why they were conquering the world the way they were conquering the world, was
Wrong.
because they were superior intellectually. Now they
Think
might have
about
not.
it
We might
though.
have not came. Hold on. We might have not came from monkeys, whatever. They said we came from a shared ancestor. That's what they said, right? So if we came from a shared ancestor, right? How come they didn't evolve in some type of way themselves? Oh, let
So
me guess. They didn't need to evolve because they were already good where they were at.
so
Who?
so
Who didn't need
hold on,
I didn't get that.
hold on. This whole white people are superior evolved alongside this religious ideology that you stand on. I don't know why you don't catch that, but it did. It evolved alongside and with it. And I can show you the evidence, which I've done a pretty good job, and a lot of people who've watched me can attest to this also.
Yep.
Um, but that's besides the point. What the point is, the idea that they were superior stems from this thing called the logos or reason, which only Christians and those born of the Abrahamic tradition had or could inherit. Limpieza de sangre. But these are whole different conversations that I don't think you're ready for. Because it's a lot of studying you would have to do in order to bring yourself to my level of understanding. And I'm serious on this, bro. But again, You can't keep conflating
But we know that
history.
Christianity didn't start with black white people. It started with black people. Number
When?
one.
Show me. Show me that. It
Started with
show me
black
that.
people.
Show me African Christians in the 2nd century.
African Christians in the 2nd century.
Yeah, 3rd century.
The Hebrews themselves were black.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
like,
We not finna do this. We not finna do
why you think was it Paul? They mistaken Paul as an Egyptian, and Egyptians
oh
back then were
shit.
black.
Here we go. Here
Oh
we
shit.
go.
Yo,
Foreign doctrine.
yo. I don't even know. I didn't debunk that Paul shit so many times in Acts. It doesn't make sense, bruh. Paul was a Jew, a Roman Jew. He was a Jew. He told y'all this from the tribe of Benjamin.
Right?
Paul told you this.
Right?
So
And
there's no
we're
so
Jews.
so
I
so
mean, we're Jews.
Paul was an African. Paul wasn't born in the continent,
What?
on the continent, or by anybody of African descent.
Paul definitely was not African. Yo, come on. Is that the reach now, Paul African? Nah.
You see,
Uh,
you're playing with a person who was a Paulinist, who studied the letters of Paul, who taught his way out of the Bible studying the letters of Paul. So you're not going to get that off on me. None of Paul's letters address any continent or any country on the continent of Africa. Not one of them. They all went to Asia. All 7 of them
Mm-hmm.
that they attest to Paul. So you're talking to the wrong one, bro. You need to really study the shit that they hooked your mind.
I don't know what you got going on up your sleeves, but it's very evident that we are the people of the book.
How? 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 Because I know where that term stems from. That stems from the Ottoman Empire, from the Muslims, speaking about Jews, people of the book. I know where that term stems from. You can't play with me, bro. You got the wrong one.
I got the wrong one. No, I got
Yeah.
the right one because you
No,
said there, talking like you know everything.
nah, I know more than I know more about this than you. Remember, I'm the one who taught you about Theodosius. And
No,
y'all
no,
haven't spoken
no.
on Theodosius, haven't nobody challenged me on Theodosius. None of y'all. It's been silent
All that
all
was
the back
basically
chat.
saying. I read the article. All it was basically saying was they had a decree on what to believe in, what not to believe in. That's it.
So what you believe was set forth by Theodosius. Don't play with me, nigga.
Not
You got the
everybody believes
wrong
that
one.
though. Not everybody
Let's
believes
go.
that though.
Let's go. You got the wrong one.
Not everybody believes that though.
You was just talking about Paul. So is Jesus
No,
historical?
some believe that Jesus is a prophet. Like
So so
you got
so so
Christians.
so 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 so, so is it so do you accept the Trinity?
Hold on,
Do
wait a
you
minute.
accept the Trinity?
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me tell you how it is really is. You got some people that are Christians, real Christians, that believe that
Look,
Jesus was a
now he's
prophet.
trying to explain to me the different denominations of Christianity.
So you got different people believe in different things. You got some people like the Seventh that believe that
Look,
Jesus is Michael and stuff like that.
he's
So I
trying to
mean,
explain to me the
everybody got their
different
own beliefs.
levels of
It's not
Christianity.
set for
I
you
don't need you to
can't
try to
sit there.
explain that. I don't need you to try to
No,
explain that to
because
me, bro.
you're taking a
No,
brush and you're painting the
no,
whole
no,
picture one
no, I'm
way.
not. No, I'm absolutely not. What I'm saying is that decree set the standard for how Christians are to interpret the the Trinity and the Bible and push Christianity
But then they said
on
they
other
had
people.
Eastern Christianity and Western Christianity, so there's division between the both of them.
So one of them will lean towards more Catholicism than Christianity.
There you go.
I know the
So
difference. You're playing with the wrong one, bro. I know the
Sabio,
schism. I know the split 1054 and all that. I know all the schisms.
Sabio,
What up, boss?
have you read Boethesius yet?
Odysseus
Yeah, there was a schism before that schism.
before 1054. You
Yeah,
talked about
way
you talked about in
goes
the
way back. I
you
can't
talked
give a
about
date.
574.
Oh, I don't know when Boethesius wrote. Um, he wrote a book. I want to say his title is, a lot of those will have Mathematica in it, and you get where I'm going. The titles might be misleading, but he caused the schism before the Great Schism.
Yeah, there was yeah.
But just remember, the quote of the last month was, "Don't correct fools, because they're gonna hate you for it. Correct the wise, so they appreciate you."
yeah,
What
that's from the Bible. And I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not sitting there having any correction being done. I'm being ridiculed. That's
you're
what
not.
actually.
You're actually being taught. We're actually teaching you things that you don't either accept or agree with. You just said that there's some things that I will say white supremacy held and pushed for using pseudoscience. But the way that you framed them was totally fallacious. And then you discredited the fact that a lot of these people were using religion. Some of them was polygynous, some of them was monogynous. Some of them thought we all came from Adam, some of them thought we came from different people. Different, for real. Like this was
Well,
study.
this is where you get the haplogroups and all the other stuff, and
Haplogroups developed way later than that.
so it's
Haplogroups developed way later than that, but
yeah. I'm just saying that.
you cannot tie haplogroups into what they were doing way back
Nah, what
before.
I'm saying is
Can't. That's fallacious.
whether they're
See, I'm
pseudoscience or
trying to
not.
stop you from making a fallacious argument, trying to sound intelligent, bro. And
No, I'm not trying to sound
if you
intelligent.
want to,
I'm
go
just
ahead and make
basic.
the fallacious argument and say that this is how they got haplogroups. Nah, haplogroups developed through science.
I didn't say
These
that's where
guys
they got
wasn't
hit.
using science
What I
when they
said
was making the
was later
claim
on they started to
That
study
Africans
about
were lesser than
haplogroups
them.
and
They
stuff like
wasn't
that
using
because
science when they were saying
of
that
the
Africans was not
premise
human.
that people were different. That's why. That's why they studied the skeletons and said, "Oh, these people got different skeletons than we do," and so forth and so forth. So this racism really begat what we call modern science today. You see what I'm saying? Because people were fucking racist and people wanted to find out the truth. See, when you start off telling bullshit, people like, all right, something might not be right because this doesn't add up to that. Da, 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 da. So they started finding out the truth because where every lie starts off with the truth. The truth is everybody comes from one source.
How was
They
that?
fig- they fi- they figured that out a long
How was
time
that?
ago.
How was that? What is that one source that we all come from? Because that's not true. What is that one source?
So you saying that nobody comes from Africa?
No, I didn't say that.
That's
What is
that's
the
the
one
that's the
source?
one that's the
What
one
is the
source.
one source? Like, no, they're saying that humanity began in like humanity, Homo sapiens sapiens, specifically began in Africa.
Yes,
So,
that one source.
where did that one source start from? Did it evolve or was it created?
Well, people say it evolved, but I think that at the end of the day, to be honest, I think there was a war that broke out between the time that we had other hominids and the time that we were created, and that's what happened. Because you got to understand, if you go back to the Bible, it tells you in Genesis that the serpent was the most cunning, and we know who the serpent really is. It doesn't
Yeah,
have to be.
you
What?
keep messing up because the
Hold
Bible
on.
is
Wait a
not
minute.
an
Wait a
history
minute. It
book,
doesn't
though.
have to be an actual serpent. It can be an actual person that's slithering like a serpent. You
What?
see what I'm saying? Yes. It's symbolic. It's not necessarily an actual serpent. See what I'm saying? So does that make any sense?
No,
Absolutely not.
no sense whatsoever.
So you mean to tell me an actual gigantic serpent was talking to
Nah.
Eve in the garden, telling her how to eat a fruit and all this? Come on, man, stop,
Yeah, I literally was
stop.
saying something similar to what you're saying earlier. Is like when you reach that point when you literally know that physically you're talking about stuff that could never happen in the physical universe that we're living in. You will never witness that in nature. Historically, it doesn't align with anything written in history. And scientifically, that's impossible. So what do we do instead of saying, you know what, let me just drop this. It's bullshit. Let go of the bullshit. We start to jump through hoops. We start to change names and change scenario and put our own twist on it, trying to make sense of the nonsense. If we have to do all that, just let it go. Literally. It's like you're gonna hang yourself trying to make sense of the Bible. If that's what you gotta do, let it go. It's not that hard.
No,
So
I wouldn't say let go of the Bible for myself. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, is that I hold true to the word because it has brought me out of dark spots in my life. You know what I'm saying? Um, dark places. You know what I mean? So
so so
that's what it did for me. Anybody else, it probably did something
so
totally different for them.
so
You know what
so
I'm
so
saying?
so let me ask you some questions. Was
What's up?
was there something physical that took place that you could
Like,
attest to, that you that and was there like some visualization that you took to show how these things happen, to show us these things happening? Because we can
you-
all use esoteric and anecdotal experiences when we were in dark places, and how we read something that lifted us out of a dark spot, that helped us achieve something, or move ahead, or let go of something, or whatever the experience was. But is
yeah.
there evidence outside of your anecdotal experience? Because we all have those anecdotal experiences.
So what happened to me, right? I went through a lot of, matter of fact, there's too much to list, to be honest. There's too much to
And
list.
that's what I'm saying.
But
So
I would
so so
say
so so
that
so 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 how does that help us? Because you have your anecdotal experiences that you can attest and use some ancient book, or some ancient ideas, or some ancient sayings out of this book that helped you move forward. I could go to the teachings of Tahotep and Kajimini, and there's some things that I learned from that helped me through some that helped me gain some wisdom and move forward, and try some shit, and be stronger. But does that mean I'm supposed to worship that book and become a Kemetic because of the writings of Tahotep and Kajimini?
no,
That book's older than the Bible.
I'm
That
not
shit's older
saying
than the Bible.
Yo,
I'm not saying I'm
you know
not
what you
saying worship.
literally sound like though? You sound like the Bible. You sound like God did more for you than your mom. Because you would hang on to every word of the Bible. You're trying to be devoted to the Bible, but I'm pretty sure you ain't trying to hang on to every word that Mama says. But she was the one that bring you through the days when you were literally vulnerable, when you couldn't help yourself because you were a baby, not God. But you're not devoted to people as you are devoted to this God. You
Hey,
claim it helps you through the hard times. You help yourself. Like, give yourself that credit that you have the mental aptitude to bring yourself up, to help yourself when you find yourself in a dark place. That wasn't God.
that
That
was
was
you.
you.
So I'll say it again. What we live in is God. What's in us is
How?
God.
Explain that.
Hold
Which
on, hold on, hold on,
God?
hold on, hold on, hold on,
No,
hold on.
no,
Wait
no,
a
no,
minute,
no,
wait
no,
a
no. I
minute.
gotta stop you when you say God. I gotta know which God, because there's over 10,000 gods, and I can attest to. I can name a few of them. I've done it numerous times. So which God?
Okay, okay.
Are
So
we talking
we're
about the
talking
image? Are
about
we talking
the
about
biblical.
Yahweh? Are we talking
We're
about
talking
the Tetragrammaton
we're talking
specifically?
about the biblical God,
Okay, we're
right?
talking about the Tetragrammaton. I don't care about that God.
So what I'm saying is that in all these religions, right? If you pay attention, because I've studied around different religions, um, if you pay attention to key basic understandings and even some detail understandings, you can find a similar correspondence within the scriptures. Like, for example, when it talks about God being within you, most religions tell you that God is within you. You see what I'm saying? There's just basic things that you can find in all these different religions that you can find in the scriptures. You see what I'm saying? But there's some things, for example, where it tells you that you are part of Christ, right? That Christ is within you. So you're a part of that body. When you look at that in a way where, like, I'm not trying to seep into no other religion right now, but like, for example, the Hindus, right? When they started out, they didn't believe in the afterlife. They didn't believe in reincarnation. They didn't believe in none of that. What they believed was there was part of a cosmic body, a cosmic mind that was called Brahman, right?
Please don't give me.
So hold on,
Please
wait a
don't try
minute.
to give me a
Let
breakdown of
me let me let
Hinduism.
me
Please,
let me
I don't need a breakdown of other religions that I've
wait,
studied,
hold
bro.
on,
Please, please,
hold on.
please.
I'm almost finished. I'm almost finished. They didn't know if they returned back to this person or not. But later on, they started to grasp and say, okay, we return back to this person. In the Bible, it says that we return back to God, right? That we
I
are
don't
part
care
of
what the
God, that we are
Bible
part of the
says.
mind, the Godhead, which
I
the
doubt
term
that.
Godhead can be found in Hinduism as well.
I doubt.
So
I don't care about the
so
esoteric connections that you
what I'm
find in
saying
links to
is
other
that I'm
religions.
doing a comparative religion
Nah,
with comparative
what
scriptures.
you're trying to do is link ancient ideas together and say that there's some validity to it, and that doesn't work over here. You got to understand that because you can see ideas that transfer in an area, that doesn't mean that these gods existed. I don't care about none of that. I need evidence because, as you were saying, the Hindus have Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. Those are
Yeah,
three different gods.
they have their own
And hold
trinity.
on,
You know
hold
what I'm
on, hold
saying?
on, hold on, hold on. Because in different areas, different gods are worshipped. Some people worship Brahma, some people worship Vishnu, some people worship Shiva. Depends on the area, the tradition, and things like that. Some people worship Krishna. I was a Krishnist for a minute. I did my no Rama, Renge kills and all that. I went to a Krishna cult. I had the Bhagavad Gita and all that shit. I read it. So some of these things you're talking to the wrong one about, bro. When I left Christianity, I was looking for shit. I didn't jump into Hebrew Israelism or Islam because that was too Abrahamic. So yeah, I went into Hinduism. I went into Christianism for a minute, for about 7 months, 8 months. Went to a cult. Would sit down and light my incense and get in my pose and do my no hold on my denge kills and Hare Krishnas and all that bullshit.
Actually, that no homo yama, whatever that you just said, is a Nichiren Buddhism.
Nigga, I know.
So how does that have to do with what does that have to do with
It
Christian?
had to do
Anyway,
with Krishna. It had to do with Krishna because it's a chant that is supposed to help relax you.
no,
Buddhism come from
that's
Hinduism.
not the same. That's not the same thing. But anyway, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if you do comparative text, if you look at the texts that are written, it's similar. The teachings are similar. You see what I'm saying? It's just the
Bro,
narrative is different. The narrative is based on Israelites.
I doubt it.
See what I'm saying? The
You
narrative
see,
is
you
based
see,
on Hebrews.
you see, and this is where you mistake. these are the mistakes that you make because you want everything to be centered around this religion that was created 2,000 years ago. But if Hinduism is 10,000 years old, you can't make that
Yeah,
mistake.
Hinduism predate the Abrahamic faith by over 5,000 years. And even
Egyptology
even
predates it by
even
5,000 years.
the branches of Hinduism, even like Buddhism and
Like you can't,
other form,
you
like
can't, you're talking to the wrong one over here,
the
bro.
form
I
that they
studied this
practice
shit
in like
intentionally.
Pakistan and stuff, those predate Abrahamic faith by over 5,000 years.
Yeah,
That is
that
why.
Indus Valley traditions go back. Hinduism is probably
Mhm.
25 to 1500 BCE, and it literally has its inception with reincarnation.
Man, you're dealing with
No,
the
it
wrong
doesn't.
ones,
It
bro.
doesn't. It does not. But
I-
I beg to
Indus
differ.
I don't care about what you beg to differ. We can show this
Indus
with
Valley
evidence.
culture might be different, but Hinduism, one of its founding principles is rooted in reincarnation.
That came much later, but that's
Bro,
another
no, it
time.
isn't. No, it
That's
didn't.
another disagreement for another time. But what I'm saying
But you
is
threw it on the
that
table. But you threw it on the table today.
no, what I'm saying is that as I studied about Hinduism, right? Because I studied about
And
Hinduism. Matter of
hold
fact,
on, hold on,
Hinduism was
brother.
one of my,
Hold
what
on, brother.
Hinduism was one of my.
Hold on for just a second, because I'm almost at work and I've been quiet. Amen. Savio, remember what I told y'all earlier about this? Is the problem becomes when people superimpose things that don't belong there,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
you get too esoteric instead of just taking these ideals for what they are.
Yep.
But you can't superimpose people who didn't live side by side with each other.
Right.
The world didn't operate the way it does today, where people got the internet, TV, and radio, and ideas can disseminate farther than they have in human history. These people was isolated amongst themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Now we can argue that people came in contact with each other and ideas spread, but it wouldn't be as rapidly as we see today. Therefore, it wouldn't have a ripple effect to truly show itself in the inception of any of these concepts or
Right.
cultures. Later on in time, as the world becomes smaller due to technology and our ability to travel, yeah. Now we stuck in something called the new age where everybody's trying to put this stuff in a blender and microwave it.
And
And
that is.
it don't work that way. You can't read an article about these cultures and think you comprehend them. You can't read an article about metaphysics and think you got the idea of it. You got to go all the way back 3,000 years ago, start from there and work your way up.
Yep.
There's no shortcuts to it. You can take key terms and definitions and key places, and that's a beautiful thing. That helps you build a map. But to truly understand it, no, you got to go all the way back to the root of it.
And
Work your way up.
unfortunately, that's what I had to do. It was a boring, long, interesting, enlightening trip because some of this shit I had to read was a bore, a straight. But I'm glad that I did it because I can understand how different areas had different ideas and I can appreciate it. And I can not, and I can also show how when cultures did start blending, when like during when the Mongols started invading the East, pushing the Turkoman warriors, the Turkoman raiders, and all that into the Roman Empire and all that shit, how those ideas started blending in, Tingrism and the ideas from the East started blending in. I can see and appreciate it because you have cultures blending and intermingling.
The only thing I was basically saying is that I studied about Hinduism and I studied about different religions. Might not been so detailed to where I know the exact time and date, of when all this stuff occurred. But I do know that for certain that they didn't start off like that. And this came from an Indian man's mouth. It wasn't like I was um, looking at an article or something like that. This literally came from an Indian man's mouth. So like I said, I've studied, talked to people from different places. You know what I'm saying? Some were Hindus, some were Jainists, some were Sikhs, some all the different Indian religions. Then I talked to people from the Buddhist religions and stuff like that. So, and I even did my own research online through YouTube and stuff like that. So
I'm not gonna knock you
I
on that, brother.
collected. I could.
Before I
I've
clock in,
collected.
I'm not gonna knock you on that. I'm just trying to give you something because I got to clock in less than a minute. Before Hinduism, and if you was listening earlier, I don't know if you caught it. They would classify that as Indus Valley culture.
Mm-hmm.
Hinduism has a set practice and principles. It has a bridge around it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at it, reincarnation is going to be part of that.
Part of it.
It's
Yep.
going to be part of it. When you go before that, that's fine and that's fair to say, but they're going to classify that as Indus Valley culture.
All
This is
right.
what
I mean, I agree.
this is what I'm saying. You got to go to the root of it and work your way up the tree. Don't start on a branch because then you misleading yourself on what branch you're standing on. You the whole time you're screaming, "I'm on an oak tree," and everybody's laughing, looking at the bananas behind you. But peace, ABO, man, brother, that's
Yep.
talking. I haven't
Uh,
seen your name. I got to clock in. Y'all have a good one.
all
You
right,
too.
brother.
Bye,
Peace. Much
Maki, yeah.
love.
Yeah, man. Respect.
Yeah, but like me personally, man, I just like a lot of people think that I'm a little off when I say what I say about what I believe in because I'm universal. You know what I'm saying? So like I believe in Jeremiah 31:34, which states we all have a personal relationship with the Creator. Whether you believe, matter of fact, it even says in the Bible, He rather you not believe in Him than to be halfway with Him. You know what I'm saying? So for people that's shouting at the atheists, whatever the case might be, that's perfectly fine by the Creator. You know what I'm saying? As long as you standing 10 toes down on what you believe in, that's all that matters. You're not being lukewarm. Now, if you sitting there telling people that you atheist, but behind doors, you praying to God, or you praying to God in front of everybody, and behind doors you're atheist. Yeah, that's the problem. That's what the Bible talks about. You know what
So
I'm saying?
so
So
so first off, atheism isn't a belief. It's the lack of belief.
I understand that, but it's
So
still classified
no, it's
as
not
a belief in
classified as
something.
no, it isn't. When you don't have a belief, you can't classify it as a belief. So if I lack a belief in unicorns, I don't believe in unicorns. I'm a unicornist.
So you basically saying it's like with matter and antimatter. Antimatter is the subtraction thereof, and matter is the induction and addition of there.
What? No, not at
So
all.
like for example, like you know how they say like there's always a dualistic point of view. So being a theist will be somebody that is totally for the creation and all this like that. And atheist is someone who's opposite, which is they have no beliefs and you have
Right,
to prove things to them and this and that, right?
right. I don't accept the claim that a God created anything. I like that. I know. I don't accept that. You have to prove that. And so far, no one has done that.
I
It's
mean,
very
I
it's
have my
very
own.
easy, bro. If you could prove that your God exists, I will take your evidence for it. But I'm gonna examine the evidence if it's actual evidence, and if it is, I'll take it. It's not like I have
Well,
anything against you and your God. All I'm saying is I haven't seen any evidence for it. And the claims that you
well, you
guys
have
are
you have
making,
UFOs, right? You have UFOs, people unidentified flying objects.
Okay.
So
But if your
so
evidence is the gaps, if your evidence is I'm ignorant of this, I can't understand this. So I'm gonna attribute it to something that's even harder to understand. Anything you're gonna tell me that is of a physical nature, something seen in the physical universe that people are having a hard time understanding, it wouldn't make sense for you to make that thing even more complex to understand. Give me something concrete and easy to identify, as your Bible says. Even a child should be able to understand this evidence. Not a
even
not
a
an
child.
astrophysicist, not a marine vet. We don't need a rocket scientist to break it down. Even a child should be able to understand it. Just
So
as if I'm telling a child that, hey, I have a puppy. There is a very easy way for me to prove to the world that I have a puppy. Show them the puppy. Let it bark so they could hear it. Take a picture of it. Take it to the dog park. Take it to the vet. There's many ways to prove things. So even a child who doesn't understand maths and science to any great degree should still be able to understand. Prove your
So
God.
hold on.
so you think
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
God
Hold on real quick.
is
Hold
not
on real quick.
is
Give me
not
one
there
second.
there for you at all?
Yo, give
You
me
think
one
that he doesn't see what you
give me
do?
one
He doesn't.
second.
He
Give me
doesn't.
one second. Y'all mean. Give me one second.
Okay, okay.
Because there's a disagreement with what I said about atheism. Disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of gods or God. Disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of God or God. Again, atheism, in the broadest sense, is an absence of belief in the existence of deities. Less broadly, atheism is a rejection of the belief that any deities exist. So you can get even narrower if you want.
Yep.
But I'm
That's
not
it.
gonna keep teaching y'all things that y'all should already know, especially you, Roy Chess.
Oh, you got Raw in the chat there?
Yeah,
So wait a minute. So wait a minute. You have let's see, bro, Amin.
Yeah.
So what, you a Rasta or something like that?
Nah, I'm Jamaican. I'm a full-blown atheist, no Rasta. I don't believe in any God, any religion, anything spiritual. I reject all form of spirituality.
and I'm an
So
anti-theist.
the new Rastas on the block, new ones that's coming out. They say the same thing because they're like, oh, Selassie was just a man, and I go by his teachings, but he was just a man, and that was it. I'm like,
He
what?
was.
Like
He
Rastafari?
wasn't shit but a
No,
man.
but
That nigga
but
hid
the thing
under a
about it
bed.
is, it's crazy because
He
that's not
hid under the bed.
Rastafari.
What God hides under a bed?
The Rastafari
What
didn't
God
start off
hides
with
under a
that. You know
bed?
what I'm saying?
What
You're
God hides
making
under a
stop it.
bed?
Rastafari didn't start off with that.
I still want to know what God
Yeah,
hides under a
listen.
bed.
The culture being
I don't.
a black Afrocentric driven culture, I'm totally done with that. The whole religion, the dogmatic teaching of the Bible, trying to black wash the Bible, trying to African wash the Bible, worshiping any king or prophet or priest or whatever you want to call them, worshiping them as God. I'm not with that. No, I'm not with none of that. So that's where the
But
Rasta didn't go
you
wrong with
said,
it.
but you said you wanted something to see in person, right?
The
Yes,
nigga hid
but
under a bed.
showing me, all right, then this is how I could kill that easy. Emperor Haile Selassie was a Christian,
And
worshiping
he
the
hid
damn
under a
Bible himself.
bed. Fuck that.
What would be
What
the
God
point
hide?
of God worshiping the Bible? Explain that. Why would God need to worship the Bible?
His own book.
True, true, true.
and he
What was
hid.
the
I
purpose
still
of the
want to know what
Messiah?
God
What was the
hides.
purpose of the Messiah worshiping the scriptures
So the
himself?
Messiah hid. So the Messiah hid.
The Messiah is not God. As you said, the Messiah. You didn't say what's the purpose of God worshiping the scripture. You said the Messiah. That's not God.
Like, this shit crazy.
So what is the Messiah to you?
A fictional character, something like Ariel from The Little Mermaid.
Damn. I was gonna say Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Uh,
He's the
so you
Messiah.
Messiah is like a
believe
crab.
Casper saved a
I
lot of
should
people.
say you have
Casper saved a lot
disbelief.
of people. If you look at the Casper cartoons,
So
Casper
you so
saved
you
people
have
all the time.
disbelief that so you have disbelief that uh the Messiah is the chosen.
What? What? We don't even believe
No,
in that man.
that's
I
what
don't believe in
we just
Jesus.
read
I
over
don't
the
think
atheist.
Jesus
We
was
just read over the
historical.
atheist
I don't think Jesus
definition, right?
existed
All right, all right,
outside of
all right,
that
all
book.
right,
I
all
don't
right.
think Jesus exists outside of that book. There hasn't been anything to convince me that
Hold on,
the
hold on.
man Jesus Christ was born of a virgin named Mary, who had sex with a spirit or a nigga named Joseph, and Joseph didn't know she was pregnant.
Was Malcolm X the Messiah?
He was considered a Messiah.
Okay. And
So
would he be
so was Harriet Tubman. They
and
called her
Harriet
Moses.
Tubman?
They called her
But
the Black
are, are,
Moses of our people.
are they the Messiah as the Bible would consider the Messiah?
Wasn't the Messiah is what the Bible would consider the Messiah, because the Messiah is supposed to return how he left.
Okay. And
Magically,
this is a point I'm trying to make to you though. You see, just like we could venerate people from our culture that we deem as they did valuable and great work, that's how other people used to do their own ancestors. So why are we trying to now attach ourselves to other people culture and trying to look for their Messiah? Their Messiah would have been a tyrant to us. Just like our Messiah is not a hero to other people. To other people, our Messiahs are the villains. So imagine what other people Messiah. Imagine what these Ottomans and these Canaanites Messiahs was doing to Black African people.
you
Why are
see,
you looking for other
you don't
people? It's like
you don't understand the
it's like me
Ottoman.
looking for Napoleon. It's like me looking for the Black Napoleon and going through the hood saying, "Hey, that's the next Napoleon. That's the next Adolf Hitler,
You see,
nigga."
you see when you mention the Ottoman Empire, that's a part of history he's not aware of. So he would have to study that.
Yeah. Let those people look for their Messiah in their Bible.
He would have to go backwards. He would have to
Why
go
would we
backwards like I
like
did. I mean, he would have to start with the transatlantic slave trade and see what led up to the transatlantic slave trade.
that is why I'm saying imagine what their Messiah was doing to our people. People don't just call someone when you hear these words, these are like just like in our term, we have people that we look up to. You know, we have OGs, we have elders, we have certain people that we look up to, whether we want to call them master teachers, you know, it's because they did work for our community. They did work for us. And sometimes in our situation, that work means going against other people, going against the status quo, going against the oppression. And sometimes you got to get physical, sometimes you got to get really serious. Other people, they were the oppressor, they were the colonizers, they were the one
So
slaughtering us.
so
And when they slaughter us, they go back home and get praise.
so what you saying is that you being Jamaican, right? And you're not a Rastafarian, right? But you talk like the ones that are walking around here nowadays. And then not only that, you said that you don't believe in nothing as far as a savior concerning mystical components. You believe in natural people that do great things for the people, and those would be considered saviors or messiahs that are for our people, such as Malcolm X and Harriet Tubman and all of them, right? So my thing is that the Messiah, from my, not my understanding, but from the understanding of the Bible, is that he was a black man that
Oh
had
shit.
mystical powers. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Here we
Mystical
go.
powers.
Blocking
We
it,
have mystical
blocking you off the
powers
Bible.
that he can bend and transform matter with his mind,
Oh
Mm.
right?
shit.
So so we consider that we talk about that and we say, oh,
At this point,
that's
I don't
fictional.
even know if I want to consider.
No,
A
So
no.
somehow,
Superman.
so
I'm
somehow,
having,
if
I'm
Hold
this
on,
is
wait a
from
having to
minute,
tell
wait
you
a
how
Nazareth,
minute,
you're
wait,
wrong
hold
wait,
on,
there.
wait a minute, wait a
hold on,
minute,
hold
wait a
on,
minute. I'm
Ali.
not finished. I'm not finished. We would say that's a fictional character, right? But you see,
No,
Yes, that's a
science is
fictional
catching
character.
up to fictional reality.
That's
Just
a
like we didn't have
fictionalized
the cell
character.
phone. Hold on, just like we didn't have the cell phone back then, but Star Trek been had the cell phone,
Oh
but that was
shit.
fiction.
yeah. Before you gone off into the rabbit hole, it is a fictional character, and you're wrong about the those characters being black and being African. I guess you'd assume that they're African too, because the Middle East, Africa being black, they must come from Africa. So the thing is though, in African culture, whenever a living person does anything great, they venerate them. And yes, after death, they will make them fictional, like Shango, that was a real person, a real king that helped fight off colonization from West Africa. I think he was from Ghana, and unite the Ashanti and the other clans of that area. After his death, he was venerated and he's worshipped as one of the voodoo gods, Shango. All over Egypt, you will see people, you will see pharaohs that was once alive, that after death they got venerated somehow and become mythical, legendary. I'm saying, if Jesus was real, if Moses was real, or any biblical character was real and black, their story would have been told in African folklore. Yes, I agree, they would have been become legendary mythical figure, but there would have been stories of them passed down through African folk tale, not through colonization, not through the Bible and the gun strategy, but through African folk tale. No one never beat an African child to learn about King Shango. No one never beat an Egyptian child to learn about any of those great pharaohs. They naturally would learn from their culture, word of mouth. But when it comes to us African, without the Bible, we don't have none of these people in our bloodline, in our folklore, in our ancestral lineage. There was no Abraham. As I said, Moses, I thought Moses would have been at least in Africa, given the story. There is no story of this bastard in Egypt. None whatsoever. I look for Musa, I look for Mustafa, I look for Moses, I look for none. You can't find it. It's not there. It's worse than Spider-Man, literally.
But yeah, at this point,
I mean,
when people start taking a book character that it clearly says was born in Nazareth, which we know is nowhere near Africa, then
it's part of
conversation's
Africa
over
though.
to me. Nazareth is not a part of Africa.
It is.
No, it isn't.
It is.
Show it. Want me to pull up Nazareth on the
The
map?
whole of Israel is part of uh the tectonic plate, platonic plate, whatever you call that,
What?
uh of Africa.
Huh?
He's
Yeah,
trying to
it's
say
part of the
That is
same
on the
land.
he's trying to
Eurasian
say
It's part of
he's
the
trying to
same
say
land. It's part of the same land.
he's
The
trying to
same
say
landmass
Israel
as
is a
Africa.
part of the
I know
African
what he's
plate,
trying to say. I mean,
but
this
it's
shit is
not.
insane.
It's not a part of the African plate. It
It
well,
is.
some debate that it is, but it's on the Arabian plate. Come on.
It's only Arabian and
No, it's
Eurasian
not.
plate.
No, it's not on the Arabian plate. I looked it up.
It's on the oh shit.
But even though
I looked it up, brother.
plate tectonics are it has nothing to do with the surface area. Literally, only when earthquakes or volcano does plate tectonics affect the surface area. These are movement of the earth crust, not crust. Is it the crust? Yeah, the crust. But that's way underground. So plate tectonic, whatever plate the country is on, that doesn't make it fall in Africa. Yeah, it can be on the African plate, but the country itself is not in Africa. Come on.
But that doesn't
United
make
is
sense.
nowhere near Africa.
Why would the rest of the African landmass be part of Africa, but that not be part of Africa as part of the same plate?
City in
That is
Israel,
why
predominantly
you're
inhabited by
saying it's the Eurasian plate, which is a part of the Arabian plate or the Arabian Peninsula. It's
It's
the
not part of the
Eurasian
Arabian
plate.
plate. Look it up for yourself, brother.
oh shit.
Again, just like people try to hop onto haplogroup to converge things that doesn't belong, you're trying to do the same thing with plate tectonics,
No, I'm
and
not
it
doing the
doesn't
same
belong.
thing with plates. I sat there, zoomed in on the plate, and I said, "Oh snap!" Basically, all of Israel is part of Africa.
No, it
You know what I'm
isn't. I'm
saying?
gonna show him out
So
right now.
see
I'm
the
gonna
thing
show
about
him
it
out
is,
right now because
all
this
right,
is
no,
insane. I
pull it up,
am. I am.
pull it up.
And it's nowhere near Africa. This shit is insane, yo.
Come on. If Israel is in Africa, where the hell is Saudi Arabia?
Man,
You're telling me that Saudi Arabia, you're telling me that Syria, you're telling me that Jordan, you're telling me that Yemen, all these places do
is
not
it
have their
Africa?
own independence. We should just call them Africans then.
Right.
I didn't say that.
So what are you saying then? Where is Israel? It's not in
Israel is
Africa.
part of Africa.
No,
So
what?
I'm not gonna buck down
All
for
right,
nobody.
given that then, Palestinians are Africans.
Right. Because here we go, right here.
Palestinians are Africans, I'm guessing.
Pretty much,
You can
if you
now
want
see
to put
my
it that way.
screen. So here goes the map. And let's go over. Here go a better one right here, I think. Hold on, not this one. This one. So this is Nazareth. I don't see Africa anywhere on this plate. This is what they would consider the Middle East. I don't see Egypt anywhere around there because Egypt is to the south and Africa is to the south. I don't know how you get the conflation that you got. That this is in Africa. I
That's
don't
part
see
of
it.
Africa.
No, it isn't.
It is.
I don't see it. It's not showing up on no map that I'm pulling up. I'm not seeing Africa anywhere near this plate.
When you look up the African plate, you'll see that Israel is part of that
Listen,
No,
plate.
I don't.
Israel
Look,
is not a part of Africa, and that
look,
is a good thing. You know why it's a good thing? If Israel was a part of Africa, Africans would be feeling the blunt of that Zionist nation right now.
They
look.
are. That's why South Africa got involved.
What?
Africans are not at war with Israel. Palestine
No,
is not Africa.
no, they're
Cut
not
it
at
out.
war, but they
Palestine is
Yeah,
not
petition.
Africa, yo.
They petition.
Palestine, Iran, Jordan, those places are at war with Israel. We're not talking about diplomatic and whatever they want to talk behind the scene. We're talking who's getting bombed right now. And no
Like,
African
like
country is
either
getting
the
bombed
map
by
is wrong.
Israel.
Like at this point, either these maps are wrong or he's wrong. So which wrong? So who's wrong? You see?
We don't see
You
Israel
see?
trying to encroach on no Egypt.
You see?
Israel ain't, because it's not. They're not trying to come into Africa.
You see
Africa
how
is
far
here.
away that
The
shit is?
Arabian Peninsula is there.
Look, you see how far away Nazareth is from Egypt? Look at that shit. Israel closer to Egypt than Nazareth is. The hell?
I bet you I can pull it up. Hold on.
Bruh, I'm looking at maps. I got all these maps showing you.
Now, he's dead
Hold
set
on.
out.
I'm gonna
Always
pull it
among
up.
the
African Israel is hard.
This shit is sad.
Yeah, Israel ain't no Africa, and it's a good thing.
It says yes. It can be. Yes, Israel is located on the African tectonic plate. I just looked it up on Google. It said yes,
Yeah,
Israel is
the
located
tectonic
on the
plate is not
African
the
tectonic.
country. The
Huh?
tectonic plate does not put Israel on the continent.
So let me ask you something. If all the other countries and all the other people, right, are part of the African tectonic plate, why wouldn't Israel, if it's part of the tectonic plate, why wouldn't they can be considered Africa?
All right.
Oh, because of laws, right? Because of
Majority of
because of
Europe.
the canal and stuff
Listen,
like that, right?
listen. Majority of Europe, except for the islands and the northern part that is considered
This
the
is sad.
Arctic region,
This is
is
horrible.
is on the Eurasian plate. Is Europe Asia? Nope, it's not. The tectonic plate is not the countries. The tectonic plate is just we those are arbitrary term that we gave to
Why you think
understand
they
the
call them
movement of the
Caucasians?
crust.
They call them Caucasians.
Oh,
Caucasians. See what I'm saying? They're Asian. They're somewhat of like kind of like Asians if you think about it. So, but they're white
No,
people, right?
Caucasian comes from the mountain, the region that a group of people are from, or said to be from, the Caucasus
Right,
Mountain. Nothing to
right.
do with Asian. The
Okay.
suffix on Caucasian is a way that the language used to say these
Okay,
people
okay.
are from this region.
So,
Like
so now I'm gonna flip it on you.
no,
This is
you didn't.
how
I'm
they
finna flip it
use
on you.
Israel.
I'm finna
Israel
flip it on
is
you
they
from the
they they,
source.
they use Israel like as a
I'm finna flip it
to
on you with
tell
the source.
you that hold on. They tell you that it's part of the Middle East because that was incorporated decades ago. Before then, it wasn't that way. Our people knew of this thing. It's part of Africa.
All right.
You see what I'm
So,
saying?
all right. So this is from the source. Israel is a country in the Middle East and is considered the Holy Land by Jews, Christians, and Muslims. The country's capital city is Jerusalem, while its financial and technology hub is Tel Aviv. We're going to skip down. Where is Israel located? Israel is geographically located in where? Asia. ASIA.
It
Not
doesn't
Africa.
matter if it's
Hey,
located in
hey, hey,
Asia.
hey, 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 hey,
he's
hey,
Part
not
of
hey,
gonna
hey,
take that.
hey, 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 hey,
it's,
hey.
it's
Now
part of
I
it's
teach
part
you.
of the
Hey,
African
hey,
tectonic
hey, no,
plate.
no, 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 no. Listen, listen,
Yes, yes,
listen,
yes, yes, yes.
listen and learn. Listen and learn.
I did
The
learn. That's why
country
I'm trying to
borders.
teach you.
Listen and learn, bro. This is a source that's going to teach you to stop making these mistakes.
Do not lean
The
onto your own
country
understanding, brother.
Israel, Israel is geographically located in Asia, not Africa. The country
Or
borders Lebanon to the north, Jordan to the east, Syria to the northeast, and Egypt to the southwest. Where did I tell you Egypt was? To the south. and west.
It's still part of Africa, but okay.
Hold up. No, it's not. It's telling you because has it ever mentioned Africa anywhere? No. When it mentions Africa, you let me know. All right.
It's right.
Israel,
I'm looking at
hold
it
up.
right
Hold
now. It says right
no,
here. Yes,
no.
Israel is located on the African tectonic plate.
Ah, ah,
While
ah,
Israel is
ah,
often
ah.
depicted as part of the Middle East or Asia geologically, it's situated on the African plate.
Hey. Listen. The source is telling you otherwise. I don't know why you're being stubborn because you got a
No, that's what it
confirmation.
says. It says Israel sits
I'm going
along
to
the
get
border
another
between the
source.
African.
I'm going to get another source that's going to say the same thing. All right. Israel also borders the
It says
Palestinian territories of the Gaza Strip and West Bank to the west and east,
you reading
respectively.
something
The
that
continent
has
of
nothing to do with what
Asia
I'm reading.
regions that range from Turkey in the far west through Japan and Russia to the islands of Indonesia in the south. Israel is located on the far left of Asia, on the not Africa, Asia. All right, so politically, Israel does not have ties with the rest of Asia, specifically the Middle East. Since Israel's independence in 1948, it has been in conflict with most of its Arab neighbors in the Middle East.
Yeah,
Moreover,
but the
despite its
land of
history,
Israel is
ah,
part
ah,
of the
ah,
tectonic
ah,
plate.
ah, ah,
His
I'm
Arab
waiting.
neighbors, not his African neighbors.
Now that says Israel sits along the border between the African and the Arabian tectonic plates, with the Great Rift Valley acting as a major fault line along this boundary.
So
Continents are not defined by plate tectonics; they are rather defined by landmass and other geological features.
bingo.
Exactly. You
So
died on
Israel's
your own
placement.
source. I just
so
told you.
Hold on. Let me finish
you just
talking.
Didn't
Let me
I
fool
just
finish.
tell you
yourself.
that? You
I've
just
been
died on your
telling you
own
this
source.
for the
Read it again.
longest. You're dead, young man.
Read
Stop.
it again. I just told you that
So they
over
saying
and
that
over.
that's a continent, but it's still part of the plate.
No, it's
Find
part
me
of
where it says
Asia.
Israel is a part of the continent of Africa, not the tectonic plate, because no country is identified by a tectonic plate. That's used to identify geological movements of the earth crust.
It's still part of Africa, though.
No, it isn't.
Man, you just want to be pseudo.
You just want to be stubborn at this point.
I don't matter. Like I still
Nah,
trust that
nah, it
the
does matter
tectonic plate.
because at this point, there's no point in you actually having conversations with me, bro, because your stubbornness isn't going to allow you to move from your religious standpoint.
Okay,
So
so I gotta accept that
your
Israel
arrogant
is not part of the
arrogance again has proven me right as it has in the back chat. Because no matter what I show you, you're going to argue against because you have a belief that has you stuck. And you don't want to learn.
So I don't want to learn, but I
No,
just
you
finished
don't.
telling you that you told me. Hold on. You just told me that it wasn't part of the African tectonic plate. You and Brother Amin.
Shit, it's part of Asia. It sits on
No,
the
no. Geologically,
it
it's
sits,
saying that it's part of Asia, but it's part of the
right.
tectonic plate.
Mars and
And you
Jupiter
said,
are part of Africa
on,
then too. Right,
bro,
Roy says. Do you
You
see
said it
follow
wasn't
the
part of
logic?
the tectonic plate.
Do
You
you
said
see
it
the
wasn't part of.
logic?
You and him both said it wasn't part of the
Do you
tectonic
see
plate.
the logic? Do you see the logic? You do. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Your logic isn't fitting.
Whatever, dog.
It isn't.
You both said that it wasn't part of the tectonic
It
plate.
isn't. It's Asia.
It is part of the
It's
part. It
Asia.
just said right there it's part of the tectonic plate.
If it was Africa, they would have called it Africa, not Asia, bro. I don't know what you're not
It's
getting.
in between the border of Asia
Yo.
and Africa.
Are you being slow on purpose or are you just being stupid?
Nah. I just finished saying what I said. I read it to you.
Are you
I
it's
read it
part
to
of
you. You can't
Asia.
accept it, bro. You
It's
can't
part
accept it.
yo,
You don't want to
it's
accept it.
it's
Matter
part
of
of
fact, y'all went
Asia.
up against me and said that, oh, that's not the truth, and I just proved to you it was the
It's
truth.
part of Asia, bro. It sits in Asia. It's not a continent geographically of Africa. If it was, it'll be
But
part
the
of
same,
Africa.
but the same source says that it can
Bro,
arguably, you can
all
arguably say that Israel is part of
you
Africa.
see, this
You
is
can
why you should have took
arguably,
geography.
arguably,
This is why you
arguably
should have
say
took
that's part of
geography in
Africa.
high school. This is why you shouldn't have skipped geography in high school. This is why you shouldn't have skipped it.
Yeah, he's still gonna
That
argue with you.
boring ass
It's not.
class, geography, you skipped it. And that's why you making these faulty conclusions because you have a belief. And now, as a grown
So when
adult,
I
you're
proved you
sitting here
wrong, you
trying to.
saying I
You're
have a
not.
belief.
You're not. You're not proving us wrong.
I proved you wrong, bro.
No, you did not.
You said that it wasn't part of the
It-
tectonic plate, and I
that-
said it was, and I proved you wrong. It is part of the tectonic plate. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, it is
So
part of the tectonic plate, but the tectonic plate does not. It does not denote the
hold
country.
up. No, 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 no,
Countries,
no, no, no. Watch
even
this.
the
Watch this.
continents are
Hold up.
are
I mean,
separate.
watch this. No, no, watch this. All right. So, there's a tectonic plate and a fault line that the San Andreas fault line. It runs up to Oregon. Is Oregon a part of California? Is Oregon California?
Well, I'm fixing me something to eat. Hold on one second.
Is Oregon California? Yes or no?
I'm not saying that.
All right then.
That's somebody who made that up.
No, 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 no. Somebody made up that shit for the exactly. Somebody made up the borders to separate these
And
countries geographically.
that's what we
Humans,
keep telling
because of the
him over and
separation
over.
of the cultures, the geography, the land, and things like that.
That's
That's
exactly
why
what
it's
we
part
keep
of
telling him, though.
Asia and not Africa. But again, your stubbornness stuck on the tectonic plate and the Great Rift Valley don't want to see past that, as if we didn't know these things. It's like you're talking to people who actually went to geography class, that boring ass class that you skipped.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Okay.
What I was saying was what y'all said was wrong, and I
It's
proved you
not
wrong.
Africa.
I
They're not
proved. No, hold on, hold
African.
on. It said it can arguably be Africa if you wanted it to be.
No, that's not how it works.
That's what it said on the thing. It said it can be Africa.
Ah, the thing literally tell you that the tectonic plate does not make the country. It's separate from the country itself.
Yeah, but
You
AI
could
always says
you
something
could
different
have
all the time.
You
you could have
see,
a
this
tectonic
is why
plate.
you shouldn't use AI.
You could have one
You see,
tectonic
I
plate.
told you AI doesn't work for you.
No, it doesn't. You have to know what you're doing before you even go on AI. You could have one tectonic plate that runs under multiple continent, under multiple country. If it's an African plate or an Arabian plate or a Eurasian plate, it doesn't automatically make the place Europe, Asia, or Africa. The countries are separate from the plates. Maybe you just give you a good example. The Oregon plate go all the way into California. Doesn't make California Oregon.
Well,
Okay, you guys won. Big whoop. Wow. You want a candy?
no, it ain't about winning. It's about actually trying to get you to understand geography and shit, bro. And stop making faulty jumps. Because you have I mean, we understand that you have a belief, but these are historical, geographical conversations that we're having. And you can't force your belief into it because you want to hold on to it. That's the faulty jump. And you're discrediting everything that the Africans had before this shit popped into place. As you said, life originated in Africa. So what was the Africans doing before these Hebrews, these Jewish people popped up 2,000, 6,000 years ago, whenever time frame you want to give them? You see, that's that's not ever taken into consideration. because you
Nope.
have a belief. But it had nothing to do with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and these motherfuckers made up in his book. But again, I'm wrong. For standing up for West Africa, where my ancestors come from. I'm wrong for doing that. I don't.
That's what you think. I didn't say that.
Nah. That's what I get. That's the pushback that we're getting because we're not standing up for the Abrahamic bullshit. We're not trying to force our people into the Abrahamic bullshit. We're wrong. We don't want to learn what you know. Nah, we know what you know. I've been through it. I taught my way out of it by reading books you haven't read, probably ain't even heard of. And I'm serious. Nobody broke down the Ottoman Empire but me and my elder Mr. Green and a couple other people broke it down from the beginning to its takeover in 1453 of Constantinople. Broke it down. Shit was boring reading that shit, but it was enlightening as hell because I learned a part of history you don't know about. You can't tell me about Osman the First. What up, Rocky? My boy Rocky was there with the Ottoman breakdown. The trials and tribulations, the arguments we went through on that shit. We argued, had conversations, read books. You can't tell me about you can't teach me about this shit. My boy Rocky was a Hebrew Israelite. You talking to people, a person that been through it, that knows a lot on this particular subject. Because I taught myself and other people taught me, I learned from people. I allowed myself to say, you know what? I don't know what the fuck I thought I knew. My belief was wrong. Now let me go learn some shit.
Okay. If that's how you want to take it.
Hmm. That's the fact of that's the reality of the situation.
Well, after you trying to misinterpret everything and twist and turn it, trying to make sense of it, it's best you just accept that you believe was wrong, and the book is it's not real. That's the most logical explanation.
The most
Mhm.
the most realistic explanation.
Yeah, any aspect of life you would have done already. Accept that this is not real. I'm getting played. I'm just gonna leave it alone.
And you
You
know,
know, if you have to change your decision every year, reinterpret this thing every time someone come along with new information that you have never heard about, but you were taught that you already this book is the everything, supposed to be the be all and end all, and every year new information come along that is not in the book, and then you now have to make excuse for the book. Why not just give it up? It's like you're devoted to something that is not loyal to you, that doesn't like it's not valuable to you in any way. Just give it up. It's really not that
I
hard.
know it's difficult.
When I had to question myself and be like, well,
What are you doing?
I wash my
you
hands.
know, Egypt is in a, you know,
Yars?
there is no historical Moses, then how did the Exodus take place? You got to start to fill in the gap with your own belief. The Exodus took place because black people was in slavery and we're here now. So you went from 2,000 years ago to now, just to make that one little gap make sense, instead of just saying, you know what, there was literally no Moses. This story did not happen. It's a fairy tale. It's made up. You can't do that. You have to know run into Deuteronomy to make Exodus make sense. And what you do, you change chronological time and put it in our era where it does not belong.
What the fuck? How does that? Yo, that shit crazy as hell.
You
Hey,
know,
shit. You rewrite the Bible without
rewrite
rewriting the
it.
Bible.
For it to make sense, the Exodus have to take place 2,000 years after the death of Christ. But in the book, the Exodus took place
Then,
2,000 years before the birth of Christ.
right. What the fuck? How make that shit make sense?
Because when the book was written, they were writing Exodus to be us, the transatlantic slave trade experience written down in Deuteronomy for us to understand that it was us they're talking about. However, in the story, it doesn't align that way. Literally, the story end, the book end thousands of years before that event took place. And the event wasn't written down in the book as
But
a
how did America
prophecy to
become? I'm
come.
still trying to figure out how America became Egypt. The fuck?
Xavier, the
And they
event
didn't know
wasn't
shit about
written down
America.
as
They knew
as
nothing
a
about America
prophecy.
then.
The event was written down as someone telling the story as it was happening. In fact, they claim it was written by Moses himself. He was
And Moses was dead.
man. But we should think the Exodus is happening 2,000 years after.
Supposedly, according to the story. But anyway, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole.
It's like reading the papers about who won the Super Bowl last time. But you're reading the paper and you're telling your kids that this is what gonna happen 2,000 years from now. It's not the Super Bowl that happened last week we're reading about, but it's a Super Bowl in the future that our children are gonna find this newspaper and they are gonna know how to win the Super Bowl. So let's document it from now.
Man.
Instead of saying, okay, if this is an event that's happening, it should be an event someone reporting about an actual event that happened. So when you can't find any source, any evidence of this event ever happening, naturally you would say, this person lied. You lied. That's what you would say. It was a lie.
You
But
know
no, we can't say it
what's
was a
crazy to
lie.
me? What's crazy to me is when you look at the history and the evidence, what they knew as the not what they knew as the world to them was based around what they knew. So they knew nothing
Yep.
about America.
Well,
They knew nothing about America because they hadn't started exploring the America. They didn't have the technology to explore. We know when they
nope.
started exploring the Americas, 1453, 1400,
Yeah.
1500. We know. History shows this. They wasn't exploring the Americas in the second century, third century when the Bible was being written. So how the hell did Egypt become America?
Oh yeah. Egypt became America, the land of bondage.
What? You see, all that esoteric wordplay don't work with me. That's nah. That shit didn't make what? Nah.
Yeah, a whole freaking culture story that written about a culture all the way in the far east of Africa is now America. And America has its own culture written down from pre-Columbian to Columbus to whatever, the Constitution, the forming of the country.
But yeah, you know, I appreciate him trying to explain nothingness and all that. It didn't go too far. Nothingness is still nothing. I don't know what nothing is, but a word that we formulated to explain things that we don't understand. Um, and shit, I don't know what nothing is, but something that I don't
So my
understand.
my thing is like there's a verse in the Bible. I know you guys are familiar with this one. I'll say it. I make peace.
Oh shit.
No. I form the light. I
And
create
I from the
darkness.
dark, I from
I make peace. I
the
create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. This is
oh
Isaiah 45:7, right?
shit. Oh shit.
So if he
I don't care what
hold
your
on, hold on,
holy
hold on, wait
book
a minute. If you
says.
look at that verse, right, he's telling you that all these things were already here, but they didn't expand like these people were saying. If you think about it,
The Quran says we came from excrement, bloody excrement. I don't care what your holy book says.
all right, this is how you want to do me.
I don't.
This is how you want to do me.
I really don't.
All right, so let me guess. You the guy, one of the guys that believe that
I'm
the
Sabio, the
first. Hold on,
nigga in the
hold on, hold
back
on, hold
chat.
on, hold
You
on,
know
hold on,
who
hold
I
on.
am. I'm Sabio, the nigga in the back chat.
I know, but you probably Sabio. You probably believe that that Elephantine was the earliest recorded of all culture and stuff like that, right?
What? Elephantine was what?
The island of Elephantine was probably that was probably like the earliest records of Jewish culture and all other stuff like that.
Nope.
Because there's people saying that right now, saying that the island of Elephantine was the only real traces of Jewish culture back then.
No, there isn't. I don't know what scholars you listening to.
You know the guys, the white dudes that be sitting around on the table talking on the podcast and stuff like that.
I don't know what scholars you listening to. But they
I
showing
he
Israel
thinks you're
all over that
Egyptologist.
Levantine area. All over that Middle East area.
Say what?
He,
They
he
showing
thinks
Israel,
you're
they
real
showing
Egyptologist.
Israel and Jews all over that Middle East area, all over that East, all over that Levant area, showing
That I'm
all
not a
traces
Jew.
of their
So you
culture.
saying I'm not a Jew?
You say what?
So
I
you're
said,
saying
I'll
I'm
be
not a
back in
Jew?
like 10 minutes, yo.
All right,
I'm running out on the
So
road.
you're saying I'm not? So you're saying I'm not a Jew?
nope. Nobody can be
I'm
a
not a
Jew.
Jew. What?
Jacob didn't
Hold on. Wait a
exist
minute. So you're saying not only am I not a Jew, that Jews don't even exist. It's just something made
Yep,
up.
based on the story. They were people in the middle of a bunch of other kingdoms of history and a story to live off of. Nope, they don't exist.
So you mean to tell me that this whole entire thing was a lie?
Yep, based up off a story.
So the promise of Ishmael having his own nation, which is Islam, and the promise of Isaac having his own nation, which is
Isaac didn't
Christianity, that was
exist.
bullshit.
Can you show me Isaac outside of the Bible?
But wait, bro. So you're
Can you
basically
show
saying this
me
is a
Isaac?
conspiracy, then, right?
Can you show me?
Hold on. You're
No,
basically saying
no. No, it's
You're
not a
basically saying this is
conspiracy.
a conspiracy.
No, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. What I'm saying is that these people wrote themselves into history. I said it clearly. They wrote themselves into history because there was kingdoms and empires around them that was at war, and they were constantly being overtaken, enslaved, and taxed and shit like that. So what they did was they took other narratives and wrote themselves into history based off of eponymous ancestors and places that existed at that time. Now, if you can show me Isaac or Jacob and all them outside of the Bible, I'm willing to accept that these people were historical. Otherwise, it's a story. Just like Zeus, just like Poseidon, just like because Zeus was fucking all the women. Zeus was fucking all the women, according to the Greeks.
That's according to the Mormon dogma too.
I don't I
The
don't care
Mormons
what people holy books
they
say.
took and they created
I don't care what
God.
people holy books say. I only go off of history. History.
Bless you.
I
Bless you.
only go off of history. Thank
Yo,
you. But anyway,
listen, bro.
I only go off of history. So and off of what history can attest to. So those stories
It's
are stories. So I understand eponymous ancestors and how that shit works and help people create narratives and identity and shit like that. And that's all that was. That helped them create an identity.
so you basically tell me that there
Do
was
I
a
think
there were a
Romulus
group
do I
of
think Romulus and Remus existed? No. But Rome exists.
so not none of these things existed.
Show me Romulus and Remus and the she wolf that they were suckled by.
So
Show me
you don't believe in figurative speech?
uh, figurative speech is what we use all the time. That don't mean it's real.
So do you believe that the English language is built based on biblical principles?
Um, I believe a lot of languages could be built off of biblical principles. That doesn't mean
But
anything.
here's the thing, like there's a lot of stuff. Like for example, you ever heard the term "lying on your dick"? Like somebody lying on their dick, like, oh that nigga he telling a lie, like that nigga lying on his dick.
Um, I
You ever
don't
heard
know
of
what
that?
that I don't know what
So
that has to do with the conversation, but
oh, hold
I'm
on,
familiar with that
I'm getting there.
phrase.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So what they would do is they'll make promises, right? They'll put their hand around that area
Yeah,
and
it's
they will
called a
make a
Yerrick
promise
Oath.
and be
It
like,
was
I
called a
promise
Yerrick
you.
Oath. Yeah, it was called a Yerrick Oath. I'm familiar with it. I've studied and talked about niggas taking Yerrick Oath. So yeah, I'm familiar with the Yerrick.
Yeah. Yeah. So that is funny because to this day we still say it. Oh, that nigga lying on his dick. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's called. You know what I'm saying? It's called using what's been back then into today's climate. You know what
So
I'm
so
saying?
again,
It's
so
funny.
again, so again, figurative speech is figurative speech. That's what we do as humans. We have the ability to make words take on meanings and ideas and things because we give those ideas and things meaning and validity with
So
speech and
what
action.
was the name of the oath again?
The Yerrick Oath.
How you spell that?
Yareka Yarek.
Yarek.
Yep. They might spell it with an I and a K.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that. See, you teaching me things. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sitting there knocking you.
But yeah, these are things I had to learn by reading the Bible, reading myself out of the book. I wasn't reading it to
So,
believe because once I asked people questions, pastors and bishops and clergymen and things like that, and clergywomen and things like that who were supposed to
uh,
be learned in the Bible, and I didn't get the answers that I was seeking. It was time for me to step outside of the Bible and step outside of the church. And that's what I did. So that's why I'm here today.
so you stepped outside of the Bible because people weren't answering your questions.
No, because I recognized that the Bible was a story. Once
Oh,
I
okay.
once I didn't
Okay.
get the answers to the question that I had. I had a few questions that they told me to just believe. Hmm?
So
You're
because
supposed to be
people
learned.
were,
You're supposed to be learned. These people are
so
supposed to be
because
teachers.
people couldn't,
Yes,
so
because
because
they
people
couldn't
couldn't
teach me
answer
and
your
they
question.
couldn't answer. Yes, I'm not going to go to a professor of a college class and a professor don't give me an answer to a question or help me or lead me to an answer and they just tell me to believe. No, that's not going to work.
Hmm.
That's not going to work for
That's,
me.
that's wild.
Just believe. What? Hold on. You're supposed to be a teacher. You're supposed to be guiding me to enlightenment and teaching me some things. At this point, you're lying. You're misleading me. So now I have to question myself and you.
So you basically telling me I gotta put the Bible to the side? Is that what you saying?
No, I'm saying read the Bible as a book, as a piece of literature. Read the Bible as you will read the Republic, Plato's the Republic by Plato. Read it with the same type of lack of belief in it and the gods that he's talking about is shit as you would that or the Odyssey. You'll be like, damn, how could I believe any of this shit?
I don't know, bro. My belief is pretty strong.
Take the belief out of it. You see, take the belief out of it. Put your belief to the side and just try to read it as you would any other piece of literature.
Uh,
That's difficult. It was
I
difficult
don't
for
know.
me. It was difficult for me, but I was able to do it. And once I did, and I started looking for the historical evidence and shit like that, I was like, wow, they created a like I said earlier, the Bible is a beautiful piece of literature. They were able to create a beautiful piece of literature that transcended time.
Right.
But it's a piece of literature. And I can accept that and respect that. Been a person that loves history. But that doesn't mean the God, the people like Isaac and Jacob and Moses and Mary and Jesus and Peter and Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, because they don't have any evidence of those motherfuckers writing anything. Like, don't mean any of those people existed. Just a piece of a literature. And once you get to that level, it's easy. Just like looking at Hinduism or the Greek pantheon. I don't think Zeus is sit or throwing lightning bolts anymore. I don't think Thor's beating on the drums causing thunder. Nah, but the Greeks thought that at one time.
Right. I mean, I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? That's, when I read the Bible not too long ago, I was reading it, and I learned a lot of stuff that I didn't know about, especially in the book of Leviticus, how to do the killing and stuff like that. And it was very eye opening.
So what did
And
you think
I'm
about?
not saying I
So
don't
what
have
did you think
belief.
about in Leviticus the treatment of women?
The
I
what?
thought it was horrible. I think it's Leviticus 25:44, somewhere around there. Treatment of women is horrible in Leviticus. I think so.
Uh, uh, finding out she cheated or not.
No, I think these were like captives. After, like, you're supposed to go into her after a certain amount of days after you done wiped out everybody and shit, and she will become your property. And then the one where if she didn't cheat, no, she didn't cheat. She was sold and betrothed to another person, but the person didn't come and pick her up, and somebody paid to have sex with her. She gets stoned and punished, but the man, all he has to do is go pay. What? Hold on. That's horrible. How you gonna stone a woman, punish the woman for something? She was a slave, betrothed to a whole nother person, waiting to be picked up, and somebody paid to have sex, and the owner, what? For real? All he got to do is bring some atonement to the door, and his shit forgiven. That's bullshit. Throw that ancient ass piece of garbage in the trash where it belongs.
Man. But I get what you're saying, bro. There's a lot of things that don't make sense in the Bible, but when you start to read it more and more, there's enlightenment. You know what I'm saying?
Where?
So
Where? Because I don't see shit enlightening about that book. The treatment of slaves is horrible. Like, the fuck? If you want to know what, if that book, if God wanted to be enlightening, God should have just said, "Don't own people." Simple. Game over. God wouldn't
he
allow
said,
that. Game over.
he said, y'all what?
Y'all would have just said, "Don't own people."
Well, I mean, you have to have an order of hierarchy.
What? You see? Nope. The excuses, uh, the excuses are horrible.
Aren't we all slaves to God?
Nope.
Cause I kid you not. Before you think something, before you say something, he already
No, we don't.
put those thoughts in your
I
mind.
doubt that shit. You can't prove that shit. Because I talk bad about that motherfucker. All of them.
Well, didn't he harden Pharaoh's heart? And that's in
Absolutely.
Romans 9.
According to that story. But I'm not, I don't care what that book says.
That's in Romans 9 where it says he causes those
I,
that he
I,
wants.
I don't give a fuck about Romans written by old drunk ass, high ass Paul. I don't get, nope. That shit don't work on me. You got
Okay.
the wrong one, bro. I know this shit very well. When I was in the church, I followed the teachings of Paul.
So we're just gonna throw out the whole book.
Throw that whole shit out. I mean,
Man.
if you want
So
to use it as a piece of literature to talk about, because there's some things you can talk about that are historical And I don't mind talking about the historical aspects of it, but the mythological I mean, and the nah, like nah, the donkey talking, niggas praying and sending bears to tear people up, people in the belly of a fish for 3 days, 3 nights, towns burning down and women turning to pillars of salt, niggas giving their children over to angels for sex and shit. Nah, nah, nah. Too much. Too much
I
myth.
mean, at the end of the day, like you have to understand that these were the best times and these were the worst of times.
So you mean to tell me that God showed up when he wanted to, or whenever the right people prayed?
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
What I'm
that's
saying
basically
is
that's
that
basically what's been said. Because God showed up anytime the Israelites prayed hard enough or they disobeyed, or like when they was hungry, God gave them manna. Some other time he gave them a whole bunch of weird shit that they couldn't eat all of it, and it'll rot. Like,
yeah, that was an
but God
Exodus.
always
Wow. That was an Exodus. Yeah, that was an Exodus.
so, but he only showed up when the right people prayed.
Not necessarily.
When Elijah was mad at the kids for teasing him for struggling going up the hill, the nigga prayed to God and a she bear came and tore the kids to pieces. For real? To 42 pieces, according to the book. Because they was teasing him, go up there now, bald head, for real?
Well, I mean, listen. Uh, he, there has to be an order and balance in life. You know what I'm saying? So
Nah, life isn't valid. Life is life. Life don't give a fuck about what you believe. Life gonna do what life does. Life don't give a fuck about your belief. Life don't give a fuck what them Muslim Palestinians believe. They still getting their shit bombed. That's the reality of the situation. Life don't give a fuck what Ukrainians believe or what the Russians believe. They still bombing each other. Life don't care about what people believe, yo. Life just gonna life. And life didn't care if you believed in God or not on them planes. If a lion was finna eat your ass, you better run, or you was lion food, nigga. The fuck? Simple. Life didn't care what your belief was. Yahweh wasn't gonna protect you. You better have a spear, a bow and arrow, or something to put into that lion, because you was lion food. A knife, a rock. Like God wasn't gonna protect you. Think about all the people who got ate by lions because they thought it was the wind. Hmm. You don't hear shit about them because why? They became lion food or leopard food or hyena food. Hmm. Or alligator food fucking around.
I don't know. Yeah, I feel you. I don't know, man. You got good points. I'm not gonna knock you for it.
Like reality is reality, bro.
But
And
yeah, to be honest, I'm not saying I'm not going to study what you guys are talking about. I'm not saying I wouldn't. Uh,
I'm just saying if you want to learn, bro, it's gonna take some deep analytical questioning of yourself and some challenging of yourself, bro. Like I really had to challenge myself. It wasn't easy, dog. It wasn't easy. Having these conversations with people that I was close to, knowing that I was breaking relationships and shit, knowing that this was a possibility. Yeah, but I had to do it for my own sanity and my own pocket. Because I don't think I could be a good tither right now. I didn't like tithing then when I went to church. I hated it. Felt like a fool every time I put money in the basket. Wanted to take my money out the basket and the money that was in the basket, to be honest. The pastor don't need that money. The fuck? He driving a Cadillac truck to church and I'm catching a bus or catching an Uber. The fuck? Nah. But again, that's a different conversation.
So basically, what you said is I gotta reprogram my mind. Is that what you said?
Yes. Your
So
beliefs should
that
align with reality.
you said what now?
Your beliefs should align with reality. We shouldn't be arguing that the sun is up in America when it isn't. You feel me? If it's nighttime in America, we shouldn't be talking about that it's daytime. Our beliefs, reality isn't aligning with your belief at that point. You feel me?
Well, you see, the thing about it is, if people didn't have beliefs, it wouldn't be the world that we live in today.
I don't
Your
disagree with
mind, your
that.
mind, your mind is more powerful than anything on this planet.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. But
You know what I'm saying?
what I'm saying is that your beliefs should align with reality. So I should have believed that I have four legs when I got two. You feel me?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not disagreeing, but I'm just saying that.
I'm just saying your belief should align with reality. And when your belief doesn't align with reality, it's either time to check your beliefs or your reality. One or the other has to, and if your beliefs aren't aligning with reality, then maybe you have to update your beliefs because reality isn't aligning with their beliefs isn't, and your reality aren't lining up.
So when I was talking to a brother, man, right, he was saying that the fact that I mentioned UFOs, that's crazy because that's making things more difficult than what it is, right? And I was basically blatantly saying that if you can't, not everything could be explained right now, at least, right?
But does that
And
automatically
so
lead to?
the unexplainable, the explainable is what makes things a little bit more interesting. And that's all I was basically presenting to him earlier is that you can't
I
always,
can understand that. But see, it's in the unexplainable is where people like me is willing to say, I don't know, and I'm willing to learn. I'm not gonna force anything into the unexplainable because I can't explain it.
right,
And if science and technology and history can explain it, I'm willing to leave it unexplained until something explains it. And I'm not gonna try to self-explain to myself if I haven't done the research to figure out what the conclusion is. I can't force an ancient belief into it because those people were wrong.
right.
They was wrong on a lot of things that we don't agree to now. Those ancient people didn't know shit about shit. They had their beliefs. And
I
that's
mean,
it.
yeah, they have their own beliefs, but it also has something that we are losing today.
What?
which is communication and faith.
Nah, we're not losing communication. And faith is nothing but the Greek word fighteth. I'm not finna, nah, because that shit wasn't no concept of Africa. That was some shit that was forced onto our ancestors through these religions, yo.
So you basically telling me that when we had,
I think it's fighters or pistis, one of those.
so when we basically had our faith in our African religions,
No, it wasn't faith because those wasn't religions. Those was traditions. Everybody did have to go by that shit. Those was familial things. If you chose to, you could. If you didn't want to, you didn't have to. You could adhere to some part of it and not adhere to another part of it. All based off of what you wanted to accept. From what I've studied on them, all of them are different. Oh, in different places. It had nothing to do with the Greek, Roman, and Christian shit. Had everything to do with those people, how they was and how they was formulated in those places where they were.
see, the thing about it is faith is something that brings people together.
I mean, under a false dichotomy. I mean, again, you can believe magic. You can believe in magic if you want. I don't believe in magic. So if a word's gonna make magical shit happen, like faith, then hey, I want to see it happen because I ain't seen it happen. Those people over there, they're praying to the same God that we talking about that these people will stop bombing them over in Ukraine, over in Russia. It ain't stopped. But I got to get ready for work in the morning, bruh. It's been a good conversation. I appreciate you for joining.
This is your channel?
Yeah, this is my channel.
Okay. Hey, listen, shoot me some links for me to check over, man. I wouldn't mind taking a gander.
Yeah, for sure. The video, I've only done the a couple videos since I've been back going. I got to get it back going. It's been a minute. But yeah, there's a few videos on there you can check out, bruh. But again, I
All right,
appreciate you.
brother.
Appreciate everybody for stopping by. I appreciate you again. I'm gonna drop the link when I go
Well,
live next
I
time.
appreciate I appreciate you for teaching me some things,
Yep. And I appreciate you for
All right,
being open
brother.
too, though.
No doubt. Much love.
Peace.
Peace.
So yeah, I'm finna end this show, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm